Come out here. There goes. Now the other one, okay, that one's gone off to follow the blessed buck, but this one is right here, sitting. Oh, there, it's coming back. Oh. This is fascinating. Yeah, there is. The second one is just here. Okay. I think, yeah, we can go forward. It's difficult because of the road. Okay, no, because this one's walking here now. I'm just going to reverse and he's probably going to come right in front of us. So the other brother is now making his way to the other one, but not rushed at all. And I think what happened there is that first chase we got was a serious full-on sprint to actually catch the baby blessed buck. Once they had it, they started to suffocate it, and then they obviously it's tiring to be able to do something like that. So it got away a little bit, and now they've re-caught it again.
He's got proper bed head, everybody. Proper bed head. We've all had that before, haven't we? When conditions have been a little bit wet. Maybe you've gone to sleep having showered and you haven't dried your hair properly. Wake up in the morning and the hair is doing all sorts of things. Now on the other side of the river here, we've had vultures irregularly, and I feel like a small portion of the pride, they're in little clusters around the reserve. I don't think the whole pride is together. They're in clusters, 3, maybe 4 clusters, I don't know. They've all been feeding on pretty substantial meals just across here. We've seen the vultures, but we haven't managed to get any access to that side. So, well, we've just been constantly checking, and finally our patience has paid off. David was saying in the beginning of the drive he's got a bit of a, what did he say? He's feeling a little bit lost without lions. What was the words he said? A lion withdrawal. We haven't seen a lion since we saw this guy almost a week ago. Hey, Paul. Annalie, I will encourage Paul to wear his pink socks daily until they start smelling like the silver cluster leaves. We've come past our southern-masked weaver again, and a few times we've been here, he's chased away other males. So if any other males wanted to help or assist or build a colony with him, he has rejected it, and he is now busy with his 4th nest. Last time we were checking in on him, the 3rd nest, the one that's in the middle towards the bottom, was still being constructed, and or was it the one on the right? I can't remember now. We change positions sometimes. But there were 2 ladies attending to the 2 completed nests, and he's now busy, and here he comes. There goes a female into one of them. So that middle one is occupied. The one on the bottom left was occupied last time for sure. Now we'll see about the one on the top right.
That's it for this episode of Safari Catch Up. We hope you enjoyed it. We'll see you soon on a safari.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Hello, and Jambo everyone. A very warm welcome to the Masai Mara National Reserve. My name is David, and on camera with me this afternoon is Edwin, and this is SafariLIVE. A very warm afternoon, starting with a small herd of elephants, about 5 of them, in the open plains of the Masai Mara National Reserve, and I'm at the very northwest of the Masai Mara. Looks cool for everybody, for myself, for Edwin, for these elephants. And these are what I call great temperatures to work with. And my big plans today, after this, are to look for the marsh girls, not the toppy boys, the marsh girls. But in the meantime, southeast of the Mara, for Tim to say hello.
Good afternoon, Jambo from Nkewa. It's a very hot afternoon here. It's about 82 degrees, a perfect place for this dagger boy to be. My name is Tim, and behind camera we have Big James. So this afternoon, as the warm weather is heating up the ground, so that particular spot is a good spot for that dagger boy. This is an area where he will enjoy the green grass. You can see it's very soft. There's plenty of water around there. I can hear a martial eagle calling. So my plan this afternoon is to go to look for the lions that I found this morning. The Black Rock Pride had the cubs around a den that we normally find them, and also one of the boys, Manuele, looks like he might be mating soon, because there's a female that was looking a bit restless. She was in estrus, and it'll be nice to see them. Peace to ya, Jambo, welcome on board. So this dagger boy here, he's old enough not to be joining the rest of the herd. Just listen to that call. How beautiful is that here, martial eagle calling and the dagger boy munching. I've always seen about 4 dagger boys around here. I don't know where the other one is. Look at that beautiful green patch there. That is a marshy area. There's a stream running over from there. Let's send you over to David because there's some elephants with him, and it looks like the elephants are in motion, while we wait here with our dagger boy to see if the rest will come here or if we're going to look for lions.
I think Tim might be a bit luckier than me, because this morning he had some lions somewhere. And I think this could be one of my very first mornings where I did not have any lions, apparently, but I had a lot of other animals to talk about and to look. And it makes it hard for me now to know where to, to think even where to start. But I've always thought with this kind of weather, as I said earlier, it's like one good weather I like working with. I got very good chances of maybe catching up with either the marsh girls. Today I won't concentrate only with the marsh girls. James, I think you have given me a new name. You're saying Jambo King James. Well, you also have a King James, I think. But yeah, King David, many thanks, and wonderful to hear your name. And thank you very much for joining us and looking at this particular stumpy elephant that is missing part of the tail. And it's reminding me of the Moja lion in this particular, or in the Toppy Boys. And yeah, James, stay with me, because today, as I said, I won't look for the marsh girls. Nothing against the Toppy Boys, but I want to see if I'm lucky to catch up with Kaleo. Kaleo is one of the females in that particular pride, and Kaleo has 2 cubs, we all know. This is the stumpy tail I'm talking about. And I have always wondered, will these, not lions, will these elephants know, and this particular one in does he know? I'm thinking he's a boy. Does he know the better part or the last part of the tail is missing or not? You can see the wrinkled skin or hides of this elephant, which all think helps to increase the surface area, and maybe that also helps in cooling. I think it's one big matriarch with 2 young ones. And Darkman Lava, thank you for joining. Darkman Lava, you're excited just like me and Edwin are here for this 1 hour of Mara Live. Hello, sir. Not sure, Darkman Lava, you're with me this morning when we saw the black rhino, and I had promised the director to do a small little dance, a small little jig to celebrate that black rhino, and I think things happened so quickly. We had elephants, we saw a small baby hippo by the Mara River, and I was looking for the pink foot. I didn't get the pink foot, and before I knew it, the drive was over. Well, we'll see how things will go, and maybe Edwin is on camera with me. Please remind me, we do a small little dance with you if you are able to join me. Possibly that's the matriarch there of this particular herd here. Not sure how many of these youngsters here could be us. Amanda, the hair on the tail of the elephant, what could I say they do with it? Because I'm trying to imagine, apart, thank you, Edwin, for showing Amanda the hair. Why are you walking backwards? Apart from helping, to flick away the flies, what else could it serve? I mean, once in a while we have seen elephants trying to cock up the tails when they're in bad mood, or when they're in a situation of a little emotions are high, either in a fight, especially when the youngsters are being pushed out of the pride by the matriarchs. I don't see any other reason. I mean, and Amanda, I'll be finding out for you. I mean, that particular hair, because from where I come from, Amanda, a long time ago, people used to harvest the hair from the tails of giraffes and wildebeests, and they use them as fly whisks. For the elephant, no. Poaching was big way back, Amanda, not anymore. And people made some very, very nice bracelets using the elephant tail hair. I mean, I've seen those bracelets. That's not done anymore. It's not allowed. If you're caught, that will be poaching. But the elephant hair, I mean, on the tail, makes like lifelong or, life-lasting bracelets. You can see them just going through the golden grass here in the Mara Savannah. It's not hot, and they have no reason to keep flapping their ears. There's something I wanted to pick up, Edwin, if you allow me. Just move forward, maybe 10, 15, 20 meters. I want us to have a look at this particular female. She looks to have unusually big mammary glands. I could be wrong, but let's find out what I'm looking at. It's the case or not. Because I think the big one here is the mama. She is the queen. James was talking about King David. We might be having Queen Elephanta here. And if you're able to look at the mammary glands, Edwin, let me know when you're sawa. I'll be happy. Not sure. I think they're abnormally big glands, or it's very normal. Now let's have a look. Yeah, look at those mammary glands. Not sure this is the normal size. And I'm looking at the other calf and imagining possibly then she could be pregnant. And in the background, I can hear some jackals barking, not sure for what reason. Very good camera work, Edwin. We all know Big James. Big James loves to film. I mean, he loves to film elephants, and possibly wherever he is, I will tell him we have a herd of about 100 elephants. Not sure what he'll think or even say. From where I am, I have heard some jackals barking, and I want to go and investigate. But in the meantime, let's go fast back to Tim and Big James.
Big James is saying that he would like to see that, but while doing that, he would like to be spending a little bit of time drinking his old Moratina beer from the sausage tree. That's a story for another time when you get to see the sausage tree. So our Dagger boy here, he looks like he's enjoying that little patch there. Look at how green that area is. I call this the oasis. Nkewa's oasis. He's really enjoying it, and you can tell that grass is soft because you occasionally don't see buffaloes munching that way, especially the old bulls, unless it's only in a special place like this one here. It's wet, also a good place that he can cool himself. He can roll in the mud if needed be, and at this stage of his life he's no longer traveling with the big herds because he's lost the dominance battles. Look at how his horns are very shiny. He's lost far on the left side of his body, and because when they age, that is what they tend to be. Because of that, he need to keep on wallowing in the mud just to make sure that he keeps off ticks. Look at how he's staring at us. So at this stage, it's physical survival, it's pure survival, because he shifted from that breeding stage and now he needs to protect himself. The horns never get too big for them. In fact, we have some bulls with very big horns, and that is also an advantage for them. The bigger the horns, they're also good for defense, and also cows or females tend to pick the bulls with the bigger horns, bigger genes, so that is also an advantage. So they don't get too big for them that they cannot carry. Because of his dark skin, then there's so much heat absorption. So when they wallow in the mud, it will also protect the skin, and also it keeps the body temperature low and cool, because mud acts as like a coolant for them. Even the elephants, you see them sometimes doing a mud bath, and these buffaloes really depend on that, especially these Dagger boys. So the mud also helps in soothing the ticks, so it repels off the biting insects and also suffocates the ticks, protects the wound and scars from infection also. Tina, female species here in the wild prefer strong and big males. So a big male with big horns is a suitable gene, and also that is what the females might also be going for, because they also are one of the ones that they will like to mate with them, because occasionally I've seen younger males will not be tolerated by females, especially when it comes into mating. So they always prefer the bigger bulls or the bigger males like lion, leopard, and even elephant and buffalo. From when he got here, he's just only been feeding at that particular spot. notice his mobility, so they're not always very fast. So that's the reason why they prefer these patches here. They're slow walkers, they become old, so even their movement is very, very slow. And that patch having lots of green grass is very suitable for him. Also, while doing this, he's resting, and you can tell that slow movement is also good, because when there's lots in a herd, then the ones that are in front of you have already grazed, so they tend to keep on walking fast while moving. So this part is suitable for him because there's no competition whatsoever. There's no competition here, so he has to enjoy all the time, but also he keeps on looking around. He has to be vigilant because lions. 2 days ago we saw sabados from the Black Rock Pride and one of the big male Olibor. They were hanging around here looking at 3 other dagger boys. So it seems like the 2 are not here today, so it's the only one around. So sometimes they can wander off, going to another particular part, but keep all coming here.
Oh, yes, there's a leopard. I've got a leopard here. My name is Cedric, and behind the camera with me we've got Muscles and Paul. Well, it is Feline Friday.
Best sighting I've presented. I found myself with wild dogs. We chased the dogs around, chased them around. They ate an impala. We got the end of that. Then another impala went into Gowrie Dam down the road there, and the wild dogs went around. Eventually the impala came close to the bank. One wild dog went and grabbed it and then just pulled it out and just did what wild dogs do. It was an emotional experience, but it was very, very special.
Join our expert guides at dawn for a live, immersive safari as the bush comes to life.
Found ourselves a chameleon, and look how he's changed color.
Every sunrise brings new discoveries.
Pound for pound, a leopard is one of the strongest cats around.
Ask questions, share your thoughts, and connect with nature live and in real time.
Great excitement, great happiness.
Start your day with adventure. Safari, wine, and waterfalls. The ultimate African adventure. Sip South Africa's finest wines. Experience a world-class safari among Africa's iconic wildlife. And stand in front of Victoria Falls, one of the natural wonders of the world. All this can be yours with Wild Earth Travel, where Africa comes alive.
We are always aware of them being around camp, but if it's a bull that has gone astray and walked into camp, you're always very careful. So they'll always react differently to human presence, and that is very important when you look at that, because one, they're also wild animals, so we tend to keep our safe distance. Like about 4 days ago, there was a big herd that walked close to camp, but they didn't care whether there was human there, but they still know that there's human presence around there. So these animals, because we are the intruders, we are the ones that build the camp next to where these animals have always been hanging around, so they tend to become aware of human presence. So I would say they take an advantage of human presence because they know because I know predators hardly come to where there is lots of movement and human presence. So right here, he's still feeding, and it looks like he's walking slowly behind the reeds there and the palm trees. So send you over to David to see what else he's got while I go on my mission.
And I mean, team, be careful. I mean, in the time I hear about jackals, I get a little, I mean about Dagaboy, sorry, I get a little, just in case. Well, you remember when we were watching those ellis there, I told you I had some jackals backing. And this was the jackals I had. But at one point I was almost giving up. We have driven for like 3-5 minutes, and I'm telling Edwin, who is on camera, that was the direction I had the jackals. I'm giving up. Let's go look for something else. And we find 1, 2, 3, 4 jackals. And I'm sure Edwin is going to frame all the 4 together, because I think it's nice to see 4 jackals together. We'll only see 1, 2, but seeing 4 together is quite a good frame. There's that one there. And behind that one, if you go behind that one, you can see the other one. Erin, maybe you can put them, both of them together in the same frame. Beautiful. And that adds a lot of depth in that particular scene. And this, the black-backed jackals, sometimes you say, or we call them silver-backed jackals, but in front of them, not sure what direction they're going. See that one jackal there? But if you keep going to the right, Edwin, there's a hyena walking away, maybe 2, about 12 o'clock from where I am. Very good. Now you've got 3 jackals in your frame. Very well done. You might end up having 4. These are some of the most intelligent animals that we know of here in the Mara. When I look at some of the mammals like this, and I compare them to snakes, like the black mambas, I think jackals are very, very smart, small little mammals. Their hunting skills, how they defend themselves. Delan jackals, as I said, they are very clever. Delan, these animals, in general, just like the hyenas, they get their own prey, Delan. And they're very good hunters. They just behave like hyenas in terms of not running very fast. They just trot slowly, just like the hyenas, until they out-tire, they would be prey. Now, one of the favorite, prey here, Delan, are lambs of impalas. You'll always see them zeroing on or in one impala baby, a lamb, and they just keep racing it, they just keep chasing it until at one point, the lamb gets tired, stops, gets traumatized. And there's one particular hunt I saw from these 2 jackals, from jackals, there were 2, a male and a female, and they chased an impala lamb. The impala lamb got tired, stood. They didn't kill it. They started eating it when, she was still standing. And I thought that was a bit brutal for those jackals. But that they have done a few times. Now, I have these 2 jackals here. But if, Erin, you allow me, I want to back up a little bit because I'm seeing a hyena lying somewhere, in the grass. I'm not sure what could be happening here. 4 jackals. And there's one particular hyena there. And let me know when you're sour. And wondering, could there be some carcass of some sort here? Sorry, we got some flies coming. I think the rains might not be very far from now. Let me know when you're sour. You see the hyena right there? And we got a spotted hyena there. Now, earlier, the direction the jackals were going, I saw 2 hyenas ahead of them. This is a 3rd one. Shelley, I'm happy you enjoyed that view from the jackals that Edwin gave you. And I was saying, to see 4 jackals together, Shelley, it is something pretty special. We'll always see them in twos. As you know, jackals are very monogamous. But Shelley, the question is, what are those jackals doing here? And what is this hyena doing here? Are they smelling or seeing something that I cannot see? I'm just trying to think outside the box, because you know these animals got very sharp sense of smell, and especially the hyenas. This is the third hyena. I saw 2 earlier moving the same direction. The jackals were going, and we got now this one individual lying there. There's no den. I know this area very well. There's no den around here. And possibly, I mean, they could be smelling something. And I think it's high time I start investigating the lager we are at. And who knows what I might find. Mike, I'm trying to be very honest. And at the moment, it's 0. Unless it's a very fresh kill, but I'm doing the best I can. I'm smelling nothing. And Mike, from a distance, I have seen just one bird, some sort of raptor, but it's not a vulture. It's some sort of a black-shouldered kite from a distance, but no vulture. But Mike, the coincidence of 4 jackals and 3 hyenas, I don't know what that means. And I think what I need to do is just to drive along this lager, and the hyena is moving away. And sometimes I might choose to follow the hyena, because you never know. If what she's smelling is what I cannot see, is what I cannot smell, maybe that is what I could be looking for. So I want, next to me, there's a lager here. Sandy Franklin, Jambo Jambo, and I'm sure Sandy Franklin, you remember I told you yesterday, my afternoon, you qualified for Mama's drink, and I hope you enjoyed it. After I gave you the ingredient, you qualified for Mama's drink. And Sandy Franklin, apparently the hyenas and jackals may not fight each other. What may happen is they may have a little altercation when they get into a carcass, for example. When they get to a carcass, they are not friends. But Sandy Franklin, under normal circumstances like this, will always say Hakuna Matata. Now, I want to move in, and Sandy Franklin, many thanks for joining, and thank you for that good question. And what I want to do now is to drive and investigate this particular lager, just in case there's something that I cannot see, that these hyenas are seeing, these jackals are waiting for. Many times we have used them to locate predators, you know, lions or cheetahs. And from where I am, I would count out a possibility of a leopard. And of course, I'm in the marsh territory, the Topi Boys area. So it could be either of those. This morning I didn't see a single lion, so this afternoon, one way or the other, I need to see 1 or 2 or many of the marsh girls or the Topi boys, 1 or 2 or all of them. Yesterday I had them, but this morning they were missing in action. But something tells me Freddy, in general, as we watch some jackals running in front of us, in general, if you see a particular, say, scavengers heading to a particular direction, now like this jackal here, Freddy, there are 2 of them, and is going to catch up with another one ahead of her. And the hyena, we're going to see the hyena, Edwin is also going to show the hyena. They tend to be heading in the same direction. And Freddy, not once, they've come in very handy to lead us to a kill, and they have taken us to predators very many times. If I'm assuming, because for their survival, they need to smell carcasses. I'm sure it's not the lions or the cheetahs they smell. It's the carcasses they smell first. Once, the blood is out, it's oxygenated, it goes out there in the air, and that's what they pick up. But also, Freddie, we have seen some of these jackals just seeing lions and just going where the lions are. Not because the lions have a kill, but maybe just going to chance if there could be a possibility of a kill. Now, Freddie, look at the hyena. And Sandy Franklin, you're asking me if they usually fight. But just see, I think my answer of Sandy Franklin was not bad. Mind your business. Mind your business. And there was no altercation. How nice. So the jackal, you're going to follow the hyena. Who has a better sense of smell? Come on, you guys, you need to get your senses right. And Nadine, the director of the drive today, is saying they're playing follow the leader. We need to find out who is going to follow who. Earlier, I was saying the jackals are very, very smart. And by any standard, hyenas are equally smart. Now, it's 2 jackals, 1 hyena in the golden grass of the Mara Savannah. Oh, what is it didn't you like in that jackal? Come on. You have a commonality. You scavenge very well, both of you. You also hunt very well, both of you. Why shouldn't you be able to take us to where the carcass is? Not sure there's something there where she is. I cannot see what she could be feeding on. They have sat there for some time, but not anything I can see. Either they're sniffing a previous kill, because in front of the hyena are the 2 jackals. She's coming back this way where we are. So we had 4 jackals earlier, 2 remained on the other side of the laga. And I'm trying to find out. I'm taking my binoculars for a minute and look at a distance. Not sure I'm seeing some reedback, or I'm seeing, let me see, and I could be wrong. Reedbacks from a distance, they just look like hyenas, and they have confused us. Alex, I think that's the name. Alex was wondering, maybe the lifespan of hyenas. I think that was Alex. And hyenas will live for anything between 18 to about 26 years, sorry. I think that was Alex. And specifically, I'm talking about the spotted hyenas. 18, 26 years. Very good. It was Alex. And 18 to 26 years is the average lifespan of this individual Alex you are seeing here in front of you. Of course, Alex, once they're kept in captivity, they have everything they may need, having good vets, they're kept warm, having very good food. Sometimes they have been known to go for over 25 years. But out here in the wilderness, 25 years is the normal lifespan of these particular individuals you are seeing here. I'm not very impressed by this hyena because he's not taking me anywhere. He's not leading me to any lions. But apparently, the jackal is following her. And there is the jackal. Ding, 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 run, run, run. I think I'll have to look for the lions myself on my own. These hyenas are not helping me. The jackal is not helping me. But the way they keep sniffing the ground, it has been like, there's something they know, there's something they can sniff. Leah, hyenas in general, once they get the kill, they will want to finish it where they have found it or where they brought it down. Unlike cheetahs all leopards and lions will always drag their kills and hide them in places. I mean, hyenas will not do that, and they'll deal with their kill at the spot, either where they hunted or where they have found the carcass. But in general, they'll try and finish their kill as quickly as possible. I'm still very convinced, not very far from where I am, there could be a possibility of some kill, either from the Topi boys or from the marsh girls. My only challenge is I do not speak Hainese. Hainese is the language of the hyena, and I also don't speak Jacolese. Jacolese is the language of the jackals. I would have really asked them, where do we start to look for the language? You're looking at me, don't look at me. Tell me what you're thinking and where possibly there could be a kill. But something tells me very strongly, these hyenas and the jackals know what they're doing. I think I just need to investigate further and allow me. Edwin, we'll move a little bit forward. There's some raptor on top of a tree that I had talked about earlier. It's not definitely a vulture, but there's a little bird on top of a tree which we can have a look at. But I'm very convinced, very, very convinced, not far from where I am, there could be some sort of carcasses, and carcasses will have the owners who could have brought them down. Is it good for that, or is it too high? How is that? Is it too high? You let me know when you're sour. No rush, pole. And some raptor that I've not seen for quite some time. And Edwin says he's ready to put it on the frame for you. So I'll be asking you a question, ladies and gentlemen. Please let Nadine know in the final control who this could be, and whoever will get it right, I'll be giving you a glass of Mama's drink. Please let me know. This is a raptor, and it's one of the largest raptors we have here in the Masai Mara. It's a juvenile one. Please send your answers to final control to Nadine, and once I get the person who has the correct answer, will be giving a drink of Mama's drink. In the meantime, we'll take you to the southeast of the Mara to Tim.
Welcome to this other side, and from one single dagger boy we've come across a big, I would say about 10 or 15, because I can see some other ones are hiding in the big bushes. They are resting probably, and they kind of look a little bit disturbed. I don't know what moved them. I don't know what really moved them, because I saw them running earlier on, and that's the reason why I came here. But they're all looking like as if they're watching or looking at the bushes. The ones at the front, you can see that one with the very curled up horns. He was the one I saw running, and then the rest followed him. So probably maybe something might have spooked them. You can see the one walking left of the screen. He is really big and walking slow. That looks like an old dagger boy. The one in front of the screen looks a little bit young as compared to the one on the left. Oh, that is a big dagger boy. It's a little bit windy here, and I think that's one advantage they get, because the cool breeze that they get also gets to cool them. So we don't always see 1 or 2, but sometimes we can get dagger boys numbering to about 10, 12, even up to 15. So when they move in this way, so they strengthen in numbers, also get to protect them from predators, because this a soft target to lions. So being in a big number like this, they can be able to defend themselves. I've seen one that was cornered a little while ago, so it is not much to a big pride of lions. But sometimes when buffaloes see lions, they can always go and push them away, because they are social herbivores, and being in a big herd like this, it's also good. So they're no longer breeding, and that's why they come into separation from the rest of the herd. They become what you call dagger boys or bachelors. So the old ones or injured ones will always be moving along with the rest of the herd. They always slow and also wait for them as they catch up with them, because this is one of the species larger herbivores who are social. Like how we talk about lions being social, this is also one of the social big herbivores, because they always team up, they always wait if one is injured, if one is sick, they always wait for them. Let's send you over to David to see what he has on his side.
Well, sorry Tim about that, and hopefully you're going to fix your audio. Some of the challenges we go through out here in the African wilderness. Yesterday apparently I was doing a dance, and during my live, I guess, I think during my live, and I saw one member of the Choppy Boys, and his name is Vuli. Now, for those of you who may not be up to speed, want to walk you through. Now, there is a coalition of lions in this particular area we are in that are called the Choppy Boys, and the Choppy Boys are 7, and the Choppy Boys came from a pride of lions called the Choppy Pride, and when they left as 7 boys on the about I would say today they are 4 years, and one of them is 1 year younger, and his name is Kiongozi. Anyway, the point is, of the 7, 6 have been vaguely staying together, but initially we had 5 and 2. The 2 were one called Kiongozi and another one called Vuli. And yesterday when I saw Vuli, I had every reason to dance, and when I was dancing I was having issues with my audio. But in the meantime, what we do, we'll take you to Tim, southeast of the Mara.
Good luck, David, with your lion search. So right here, what we can see a mixture of old bulls and young bulls. So before bulls become fully solitary into dagger boy, so they enter into bachelor herds or bachelor groups amounting to about 10, even to about 15. So they keep on getting social, because that is one thing that they exhibit, because being social and also being hanging around together is also good for security. So these ones, they don't have breeding access, so there is no cows around them, so there's low pressure whatsoever, so they don't fight always, because they always stay in one tight unit, because amongst the herds you find sometimes there's a bit of fights that explode. So bulls pushing off each other when it comes to mating, right? So here there's no competition for females, so they just walk in a slow pace, just like what we saw that other bull doing. So there's less energy also spent for dominance, because in the big herds sometimes we see them, fighting, pushing younger bulls that are coming into their prime, pushing off old bulls. So there's always constant fight and also trying to test their dominance. So in these herds also, like in this big group, there's also less chance of injury, because during the breeding season, when they come into mating season, in the herds there is fights, and that can also inflict injury, because look at those horns, they're very big and then can inflict a big injury and even sometimes death. I've seen here in the Mara where a guide had to intervene because two bulls went into a fight, fought for almost 40 minutes, and the horns locked. So they stayed there for about almost 2 hours. So until one brave Maasai guide went there with his knife and actually had to cut off one of the bull's horn to let go. So being in small units like this also prevents fights, dominant fight. You can see they're enjoying the breeze there. I can also feel the wind here. It's too strong. You can see one is resting already, one is facing the wind, and these two are still feeding. So they're also vigilant because we're close to a near watering hole, and that is also important. So sometimes they can split up if the force is too much, if there's too much pressure, but they always regroup back and go fight whatever is hunting them, especially lions. So they form a tight unit, a tight defense unit, and always guard and protect one another. Especially if there's a distress call, sometimes you hear them going, that struggle, that call always attracts the rest of the members who come in to save or to drive off the lions, because lions are the ones that will always go for these big bulls. You can see he's enjoying his salad there. It's cooling down, so it's a good temperature also for these dagger boys. During the heat of the day, you find them resting in a mud pool. And as the temperature goes down, as the temperature lowers down, you see them beginning to graze, walking towards a watering hole, just like what we saw one dagger boy close to camp. Pistuia, if there's two or more than two, they always stay together. Then tight unit, they always protect each other. So they have contact of each other, they have visual of each other here. So they always stay tight, protecting each other. As we say, strength in numbers. So you find that solitary dagger boys can be aggressive more than the ones that are in this group, because the ones that are loners, they no longer rely on numbers like this. So being in big number like this, you can see there's some that are resting, some that are grazing. So the ones that are resting, the ones that are looking on different directions, are actually watching over these herds. So it is always important to be in a big herd like this, or a group, as compared to be a lone bull, because there's no formation for defense when one is solitary. So they're always vigilant, they're always alert, and that can prompt them to be aggressive more than these ones here. So I remember growing up, so we used to approach lone bulls with care, or single buffaloes we were very careful, but when we see them in a herd, we'll not worry, because when they see the human profile being in a big number, a big group or a herd, they tend always to walk away. You can see one scratching his belly. Look at that. He's scratching his belly on the side of the bank there.
I'm Ralph, and I'm taking you to Sibuya Game Reserve, which is one of the only game reserves in Southern Africa accessed only by boat. We'll stay at the luxury forest camp overlooking the Kariga River with an abundance of bird life and animals grazing on the opposite bank. Luxury tented suites set in a riverine forest offers the perfect place for privacy and comfort. Join me on Sibuya and let's experience it together.
At Wild Earth, we believe every story has the power to create change. That's why we've launched the Wild Earth Impact Foundation, a non-profit dedicated to conservation and social impact. By showcasing conservation stories, we can change lives, protect nature, and empower communities. We have partnered with Empowers Africa to accept tax-deductible donations from US donors. Your donation will help fund critical programs that support our mission. Join us and be part of the change.
My full name is Mpho Muthusi Tikani. I grew up in Soweto. My first animal that I filmed said to dog. Okay, no, it's my first animal that I filmed, I think it was an impala. Best sighting ever, I would say it was actually this year, 2024. But it was this Cedric when we had Muluwati and TP on a warthog kill. I think we have to cut it.
Join our expert guides at dawn for a live, immersive safari as the bush comes to life.
Found ourselves a chameleon, and look how he's changed color.
Every sunrise brings new discoveries.
Pound for pound, a leopard is one of the strongest cats around.
Ask questions, share your thoughts, and connect with nature, live and in real time.
Great excitement, great happiness.
Start your day with adventure.
The reason why we always see them cooling themselves, dipping themselves in mud, especially these dagger boys. Even for elephants, mud is more effective than dipping themselves in the water. So that is how they keep on regulating their body temperature. So these dagger boys also shape the ecosystem. They fertilize the soil with the dung. They open pathways for smaller antelopes like impala, Thompson gazelles, and even Grant's gazelle. So in thickets where the small antelopes cannot go through, buffaloes walk through and they create pathways for them. So even warthogs, so wherever they go into mud wallows, the mud pits become an advantage for other animals like warthogs, and even sometimes birds and reptiles. So we not only see them as being dangerous animals or being animals that can be attacked by lions, we also see an advantage in them. So whenever I see these buffaloes, I always see that, strength peaks and fades, because when they're in the herds, when they're young, when they're in their prime, they fight off older bulls, they push them away, they have the mating rights, and one time they also get pushed off. So that is how that cycle goes on. So you're strong in your prime, you're very vigilant, you're always very bossy, but it gets to a point where you get pushed out, you get kicked out, and you become solitary. So if not in a big group like this, then you end up being solo. So the life of these buffaloes is very interesting. You can see some of them going. Look at how they're walking very slow. These are very slow buffaloes. So imagine one time these were one of the best known to be tough. So one time in their prime they used to be tough, and right now they're slowing down. So they can hardly even go into a fight with the younger bulls. They'll tend to be pushed away. So survival is now the key, not dominance. So when we see animals, we have to look at them in a different perspective, in a different way, knowing or learning how they've gone through in their life stages and towards the life end. So this, if not old age that will put them down, it's either due to predation. And being in a number like this, sometimes lions are very, very intelligent. They will always... Sanjeev, you're very right. You're very right. They must, or they might, because I've seen the lions gathering tonight. Because when you look at the lionesses from this Black Rock Pride in the morning, and even this afternoon, they looked very hungry. They look very hungry. So only Oloibor and Manuele this morning looked very full. So not sure what they had killed because I couldn't see the kill, but they looked very, very full. So I hope, because they are going also to the life stage where they're going to die eventually, because they're slowing down, they're getting old, and that's the reason why we have predators. We have hyenas and we have lions. They also wipe out the old and the sick. So we have a big number of buffaloes around. So it will also be good for the lions to have a successful ride, because they have small cubs, very teeny tiny ones. So this will also provide good food and also wipe out, if in case one of them is sick, then that's the reason why we have predators around, so that they keep on wiping them out. Shelley, you're very much welcome. You're very much welcome. I hope you enjoy the show. So stay tuned, because you're coming into Safari Live session. So we're still coming back. So don't go away. So every Dagger boy you see is a former king of the herd. And I always like watching them, because the stories that I was told by my grandfather around the fire were scary stories. I always like watching them, learning from my uncles, my grandfather, how they were chased by Dagger boys. Really reminds me of how tough these buffaloes can be. So it's been nice being around with you here doing this session of Mara Live. Join us again tomorrow morning as we join you for a nice session of the Mara Live show. So I'll say kwaheri, goodbye, and see you again tomorrow from myself and David. So it's adios, kwaheri, and ole sere in Masai. See you again tomorrow. Bye bye.
Hello, and Jumbo everyone. A very warm welcome to the Sunset Safari. I am in the Masai Mara National Reserve of Kenya, and my name is David. On camera with me this afternoon is Edwin, and we are full of joy to have all of you on board. Please stay with us on this very special safari live, and we'll be doing the Sunset Safari from here in the Masai Mara National Reserve of Kenya in South Africa, and we are ready to have all of you on board. I'm starting with these ostriches on a very cool afternoon in the Mara, and after these ostriches I am going to look for any lions, males or females, toby boys or marsh girls. But in the meantime, we'll take you southeast of the Mara for Tim to say hello.
Jambo, and we say sopa, that is Samburu or Masai, sopa. Welcome to this part of the Mara, and look at what we have. We have the Dagger boys. They look relaxed, and one of them is grazing. My name is Tim, and behind camera we have Big James. So this afternoon my plan is to go and look for Manuele. Manuele was kind of looking as if he's gonna mate with one of the lionesses. So my mission is go look for him and one of the lionesses, and also Olibor is not far from here. So these buffaloes look very relaxed, and I am going over to check out and see if they are around where I saw them this morning. As I send you over to Amy to say Jumbo, I'll go and look for the lions.
Hello everyone, good afternoon and welcome to Mabula Private Game Reserve. It is wonderful to have you on board here. We're starting off with some beautiful zebras. My name is Amy, and behind the camera with me is BK, and it is our last drive here at Mabula, so we are hoping to make the most of it this afternoon. Just enjoy. We've had a fantastic time here so far, and I am very grateful for all the amazing sightings that we've had. You can see there not only some zebra, but we've also got a rhino, actually 2 of them, that are feeding across the plains. And one of the highlights of this week has been all the magical rhino sightings that we've had, including ones from this morning. We had a mom and a little one walk right up to the vehicle. It was fantastic. The aardwolves we've seen, 2 amazing sightings, one yesterday afternoon actually, which was really special. So yeah, it was really a lovely week here, and we have thoroughly enjoyed ourselves. But it's not over. We've still got the whole drive this afternoon, so we're going to make the most of it. I'm going to check out some water holes. It's been quite hot in the middle of today, so maybe some animals are wanting to cool off, or at least check some of the areas where water has gathered. Alright, well, while we do that and enjoy our last afternoon here at Mabula for BK and me, let's send you back over to David, who has an ostrich.
Amy, I don't remember the last time I saw a zebra, and I was telling Edwin, who is on camera with me this afternoon, where have the zebras gone? I mean, I'm sure there are still some in the Mara, but the bigger percentage of them have already moved down further south to south of the Mara, of the northern part of Serengeti, and have joined, of course, the bigger herds of migration of the wildebeest, as the wildebeest prepare to go start calving early next year in the month of February. I've stuck with my ostriches here, and of course I had a male and a female, and I still have them together, and I'm trying to imagine maybe this could be lovebirds, not necessarily so, because the male doesn't have the right breeding plumage as I would qualify for a breeding male. When the levels of testosterone hormones are high, they're always very, very pink legs, pink necks, pink heads, and actually sometimes even pink beaks. I haven't seen any sign of these two to be in love. Julian, Jumbo, to you, and you're all saying it's always good to see ostriches. I mean, we sometimes forget some of these animals, Julian, like ostriches, and we just put too much concentration of, lions and cheetahs and leopards. But also, Julian, these birds do count. They have wonderful stories to talk about. I mean, I remember, Julian, when young in my village, not anymore, people would come with ostrich feathers making some very nice headgears, and they would use them for traditional dances. And most of the males, not in the females, I mean the black and the white, from the males were making very good headgears, and it was only worn in general by the men and not the women. And they could have some small little mock dances of trying to attack each other using bows and arrows, and they could put some little tins on their feet, and the tins would carry some small little rocks. And I mean, that dance is very similar to what I was doing yesterday. Not sure you saw me, Julian, yesterday, and today I want to continue from where I left. Omnivores ostriches are the largest birds we got here in Africa, and are definitely feeding currently on any seeds they can catch from the grass, any little berries, any invertebrate that will come on their way. They'll pick it very quickly, and they have also been known to feed on small little pebbles of stones to help them in digestion. Now, the two species of ostriches you have here in Kenya and the females of both the Somali ostrich and the Maasai ostrich are the same. Pistuia, a big jumbo, and wonderful to hear your name, and thank you, Pistuia, for joining. And how nice to see this particular couple, because I think they could be staying together. I'm not sure for what reason, because Pistuia, as I said, I haven't seen any sign of mating couples here. Or, when you'll see the male in that deep pink breeding plumage, nothing close to that. Sometimes you've seen the female dropping her wings a little bit, trying to excite the male. That is not happening. So I think they just bumped into each other. They have a commonality. They're both ostriches, male and female, hang out together, which is quite normal. But many times we have seen ostriches just going and doing their own thing. Very fast birds they are. And if you want to know stories of ostriches, listen to Tim. He tells one story where he was chased by an ostrich having stolen an egg from the ostrich. Can't remember it was a male or the female that chased him. I'll be asking our team to let us know. Just looking at some thing from a distance that I found out. It was nothing but a warthog that looks like a male lion from a distance. We still got so many farms in Africa who are raising ostriches, and we got what we would call ostrich farms, and they will sell ostrich meat to many restaurants in East Africa, and I think all the way down to South Africa. Now, the females, as I said earlier, piece 2, I was talking about the ostriches. The females are the same for both the Maasai and the other type, the Somali ostrich, but the differences come in the males. The males of the Maasai, what you have here, will have the pink legs and necks, while the Somali ostrich are grayish in color, grayish-bluish in color. Ostriches, the females could lay anything from 15 to 20 eggs, but in a clutch, you might end up seeing 60 together, where apparently the dominant hen will choose to have her eggs in the middle of the clutch. And I'm sure you know I have a lot of respect for ostriches because both males and females will incubate their eggs, and they will also have the parental responsibility of raising their eggs together. Huge eggs they got. And more good news are coming up, because we in Sandringham, we have Steve who just showed up, and he cannot wait to say good afternoon to all of you.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome to Sandringham, a private nature reserve. My name is Steve. I'm joined on the back by Paul with the sexy socks, and we're excited to be out with you this afternoon. Our plans are to do some birding and to focus on all the little things. How does that sound? Now give us a little rating on what you think about Paul's sexy socks. Because I said to him, Paul, you're wearing pink socks. He said, don't tell me I can't wear sexy socks. So I thought to myself, okay, we'll put it to the audience then. I think it looks magnificent, to be honest. Matches your eyes, and Paul, the pink. I'm joking. It brings out the color of your eyes, yeah. There's a thing with socks in this company. It makes his eyes pop. Hopefully Paul doesn't have pink eye, because we know what that is. We hope he doesn't have pink eye. Well, we're full of laughs and giggles this afternoon, and Tim has no jokes, but he's got some lions.
I'd like to hear how they will rate that. Looks like very nice socks. So here we have Manuele and one of the lioness, and looks like the lioness is in estrus. And interesting thing, when lions get or begin to be in estrus, or when they get into the mating season, they isolate themselves from the rest of the pride. So they usually become isolated and becomes go far away from the rest of the pride. Occasionally they might crisscross the rest of the pride, but it looks like these two have found a safe spot, a nice suitable area where they will be mating for the rest of about a couple of days, about 4 to 5 days. This morning I saw them around here, and Oleibor was also present, but it looks like Manuel is dominant over Oleibor. But I'm keen to see if she will still be mating with both of them, because sometimes when these coalition males, when there's more than 1, 2, then they'll. So let's see what happened this morning, because there's a contact call. So Oleibor was contacting, trying to locate Manuele. Let's see what happened this morning. Listen to that. He's trying to relocate the rest of the pride, and just to find out where they are. So that's a contact call. So he's been walking around trying to get the scent trail of where they've gone through. They had a kill last night. Look at his stomach. Contact call is important, and true to the fact that he was roaring and alarming, contacting and wanting to know the whereabouts of his brother and the rest of the pride. True to the fact, he rejoined with Manuele. So he went up on the rock and roared again, and then Manuele and that lioness appeared, and that is very, very nice to see. Always we talk about when lions roar, what is the meaning, why are they making that sound? It's mostly territorial display, territorial announcement, contact call. So this morning that was a contact call. So when you stay around with these species or animals, you get to learn a lot. So it seems like it's a lazy afternoon for these two, but she's the one who will be initiating the mating. So she will wake up and she will be walking around him, and let's see what will happen, because I'm not going to leave this place. Sending over to Eric to say hello while we wait for these lions to wake up.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. My name is Eric, joined by people behind me on camera, and you are live with us here at Chitwa in this Harvey's Hand, where we have finally made it out, avoiding some technical difficulties, hoping that they stay away for the remainder of this afternoon. We are going to be looking for pretty much anything. It's a warm day, but there's actually a bit of a chilly breeze at the moment, and there's a couple of clouds, so the sun isn't really baking down on us. But if we can find some elephants, that would actually be quite nice. And that is our plan for this afternoon. But at the moment, I think what we're going to... Why are you hooting at me? I think what we're going to do is we're going to head to Little Gari now. Drive around there on the dry roads. There will be some wet roads everywhere. Still, the sun hasn't been out that much, and not all the roads are very, very dry. So we're going to try and drive on as many drivable roads as possible. Giraffe go. Good afternoon. Nzemba was seen on Nkoro, or we last saw him going into Nkoro. Unfortunately, the guys couldn't follow because it was a closed road, Pete's Road. Is that an elephant I see? No, it's just a termite mound. Wait. No, termite mound for sure, definitely. The eyes are tricking me. You always see all sorts of things when you're looking for other animals. But we're going to send you back over to Tim with the mating lions.
So unfortunately we could not show you on camera, but she woke up and the mating happens. So it happens every 15 minutes. So waiting for 15 minutes or even less. So during the start of the mating period, it can be shorter, it can be within 8 minutes, then they'll be doing it again. So I reckon this might go on for over 4 to 5 days. So he looks full. They ate something this morning or last night, so they're actually in a good condition right now. Look at his mane, look at how big he is. So the dark mane, how hairy he is, that's the reason why we call him Manuele, because Manuele means hairy one or hair in Swahili. So the continual mating is what induces ovulation. So they keep on carrying that for a long time, and then she will get into SG. The different line contact calls are, or raw, means that one can be for contact, the other one can be territorial patrol, aggression, calling the cubs, or also, trying to scare something that is around them. So all those vocalizations from this land mean very different, have a different meaning. So especially when we get to see separation of the pride, they always make a contact call. Sometimes we hear them roar just to announce their presence. around their territory. So that will also intimidate intruders who might want to come into the pride areas. So very, very interesting to hear them roar or when they are vocalizing. So right now, during the mating season, the lioness will keep on being vocal, like growling. So one way of how they keep on doing it to attract the male close to him, because at this time she's very restless, and also you can see how she's looking, scanning, watching, and the male is also watching her. So her vocalization will always trigger the male to come closer to him. Remember, it's not him that goes to her, so it's vice versa.
Join me at Mabula Private Game Reserve from the 10th until the 15th of March 2026 for an exclusive 5 nights for only 6 guests here in the natural, relaxed environment. Explore South Africa's finest reserve here in the Waterberg and enjoy the wildlife and the diverse landscape.
My full name is Mpomu Tusitikani. Best part of my job is coming to see nature. Worst part of my job is logging. That's the worst thing ever, because you have to log amount of footage. You sit in front of that computer and yeah, you think of deleting the footage, but no, they need the footage. If I want a camel, probably a soccer player. I know some people don't believe me, but I'm very good, I'm very fast.
Join our expert guides at dawn for a live, immersive safari as the bush comes to life.
Found ourselves a chameleon, and look how he's changed color.
Every sunrise brings new discoveries.
Pound for pound, a leopard is one of the strongest cats around.
Ask questions, share your thoughts, and connect with nature live and in real time.
Great excitement, great happiness.
Start your day with adventure. Are you ready for the adventure of a lifetime? Wild Earth Travel's newsletter is your passport to a magical journey. Explore exclusive travel options featuring special offers at stunning Wild Earth locations and all hosted by your favorite presenters. Don't miss out. Head over to our website and subscribe to the Wild Earth Travel newsletter today and stay in the know on all our unforgettable adventures. Wild Earth Travel, where Africa comes alive.
Look at the size of his paws. Big paws. It's almost like the palm of my two hands. I can tell why he's the one mating with her, because he looks bigger than Olibor and looks like he's more dominant over him. So let's go to some birding with Steve.
Thanks to Mess, and sorry if you caught the end of a sneeze there. We've come past our southern-masked weaver again, and a few times we've been here, he's chased away other males. So if any other males wanted to help or assist or build a colony with him, he has rejected it, and he is now busy with his 4th nest. Last time we were checking in on him, the 3rd nest, the one that's in the middle towards the bottom, was still being constructed, and or was it the one on the right? I can't remember now. We change positions sometimes. But there were 2 ladies attending to the 2 completed nests, and he's now busy, and here he comes. There goes a female into one of them. So that middle one is occupied, The one on the bottom left was occupied last time for sure. Now we'll see about the one on the top right. You can almost age them by the color. The one on the top right actually looks a little greener than the two in the middle and bottom left. You see the top one is very green. The grasses are very fresh. A lot of observational studies
Copy that.
of this species. Up to 12 females can successively be bred within one season, which makes him a very busy male if he gets that far. But Tim is enjoying time with his lions, so let's send you back over there.
Lot again, they were mating, and I think it's taken shorter than 15 minutes. So I've counted it's only about 7 minutes. So true to the fact, it's just this beginning of the mating season here for these lioness. Looks like it might be her first mating season. Very, very nice, and you can see that the generation of Manuele is gonna carry on and on and on. He's a handsome, good-looking male, and I think that's why maybe she decided to choose him over his brother. Look at that. Look at the size of his teeth, the grimace. So I'm gonna count again for 7 minutes, and I think it's gonna happen again. He's still energetic, they're still in energy, so being the first day, it's going to be full of action, even if we come back tomorrow or the next day. So they don't move a lot. So when lions get into this stage, their movement is not as big compared to when they're solitary, when they're not in action like this. So they tend to walk far, they tend to hide a lot. So when they're mating, they don't really mind. They come into the open and they see them carrying on. James, it tends to slow them down because they're heavy, but still because they are in their good state. They are very well experienced at that moment. So being this size, that tells you that she's about almost two years plus, and she's already been hunting on her own, and the strategy becomes different because as soon as she conceives, she will go back to the pride, and also being a big pride, and then food will be shared amongst them. But then if she's alone, then she can use her skills to get closer to prey, but she can never miss. But obviously she gets a little bit slow because of how heavy she is, but that does not impact that so much. You can hear them growling. Just went behind the croton bush because we've got company. And I'm not sure if they want privacy, but it's only how lions are. So every time they mate, the lioness keeps on moving. She might go back to the same spot, but I'm sure tomorrow they'll not be at this particular spot. I'm not sure if David was lucky with his lion's such. Let's see while I wait here patiently with our lions.
Yes, I was lucky to have gotten some lions, and hopefully team is going to continue enjoying more meetings from those lions that he has. And finally, I have gotten my Topi boys. Yesterday of the Topi boys, I only saw one Vuli that I danced for. I have been able to catch up with 4 now, not very far from where I was watching the ostriches, and with just sheer luck, I just saw one put up his head under like 1 minute. And coming here, I have gotten 4 of the 7 Topi boys. I'll say 4 of the 6 because I am maybe almost saying officially Vuli may not be joining these boys in the very near future. Now, I do not know who the other 3 are, but the one that Edwin, who is on camera, is going to show you is none other but Otipo. Very difficult from where they are to tell who it is, but Otipo at least is looking at us. I can see the face and I can identify him 100% and possibly 150% because of the 2 moles under his right eye. To me, Otipo looks very good today comparing to the last few days. A bit red, a number of flies, but he does not look irritated like sometimes you've seen him when I have always felt sorry for him. He keeps getting the flies out using his tail, the tail that cannot reach the face. Then he has to use his right foot, and I would imagine the process, the fur on the foot makes a bad situation worse. This is how I saw him in September, and I'm very happy this is how he looks like. And we found out these moles are either genetical, some lineage either from the mother or from his father, not sure who, or sometimes they are externally caused. Julian, you're saying wonderful to see the Topi boys again. Julian, thank you for staying tuned up to this time. And you remember, I had promised you possibly, Julian, if you're lucky, we'll catch up with the Topi boys, because yesterday I only saw Vuli, and now I got 4 of the Topi boys, and possibly I might see, maybe, I would imagine I would want to see 6 of the other 3 there. Possible candidates would be Kiongozi or Moja Moja or Jojo or Kingo. Who else am I missing? I mean, those could be the very possible ones, because in total there are always 6, but Vuli has not been with these particular boys the last few months. I have only seen Vuli join them once on a kill, and after that kill, Vuli decided to live his own life. And I'll be finding out who they are. I'll try and get close to their faces by driving on the other side. In the meantime, Amy got a rhino.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Mabula. We are enjoying our time here with these rhino, and the weather has changed quite drastically, I must say. It was very hot and sunny sort of all through this morning into the early afternoon, and now we have some very big clouds approaching, and it has gotten quite overcast. As you can see, there's no longer sunshine. It's interesting what they are noticing. I'm trying to have a little look around. There are some zebra and warthog, but nothing else too significant happening. Gina, it has been a wonderful day. It really has been. It is, of course, the rainy season, so it's very normal for the clouds to build up in the day and bring with it some passing showers. I don't know what's going to happen, but we will be out here for as long as we can be. Oh, cheetah. Oh, 2 of them. Cheetah. Oh, I got it. Oh my word. Oh my gosh. I'm literally shaking. Okay, yeah, let's reposition. I just saw this cheetah coming full speed. I mean, oh my gosh. Okay, let's stop here. They've got a blessed buck calf, everyone. We were looking at them yesterday. Gillian, absolutely, those rhinos sensed something. I mean, I couldn't see them. They were stalking from the thickets on the other side of the plains. It happened in a split second. I can't believe this. I don't know if they're going to stay in the open or carry on further to... Oh, there we go. Okay. That's my first cheetah kill. And first for BK. For a moment, you would have thought we're in the Mara. Yeah. Well done, PK. That was a lot to do very quickly. My goodness. That was incredible, everybody. Yeah. Amy loves leopards. Absolutely. BK did a phenomenal job there, everybody. This is unreal. What just happened? Oh my gosh. So these two are the coalition of male cheetahs that came to the reserve just a few months ago. And this is my first time meeting them. I was really hoping that I would meet them this week. And we hadn't been lucky. But there you go. Here the lapwings, the zebras are making a few noises. Joshua, that escalated so quickly. They haven't even started eating, really. I think they're just gathering their strength a little bit, catching their breath. They are beautiful, beautiful cats. Of course, we do feel heartbroken for that little blessed buck calf. But there's plenty of females who are pregnant with more of them. Oh, it's still moving. And these cheetahs need to eat. it is a time where predators do take advantage of the fact that there are so many young ones around. That sound you're hearing is actually a zebra in the background, a little like a gruff. Oh, it's struggling. If you are sensitive, it is a moment where you may want to look away with this little one that is struggling here. You can see that the cheetah is really just not going after it with too much seriousness now, because it knows that it has it. I'm going to loop around everybody. There's a road right there, and they are a bit far now for BK. I'll get there as quickly as we can. Unreal. Across the road right here. Yes, Rachel, we do have the best cam ups, absolutely. Let's see where these, oh, there they are there. This one's gonna cross here. Oh, there it goes there, okay. Okay, it's gonna come out here. There it goes. Now the other one, okay, that one's gone off to follow the blessbuck, but this one is right here, sitting. Oh, there, it's coming back. Oh. This is fascinating. Yeah, there is, the second one is just here. Okay. I think, yeah, we can go forward. It's difficult because of the road. Okay, no, because this one's walking here now. I'm just going to reverse and he's probably going to come right in front of us. So the other brother is now making his way to the other one, but not rushed at all. And I think what happened there is that first chase we got was a serious full-on sprint to actually catch the baby blessbuck. Once they had it, they started to suffocate it, and then they obviously it's tiring to be able to do something like that. So it got away a little bit, and now they've re-caught it again. Erica, yes, exactly, the circle of life. And like I say, these cheetahs need to eat. It's got a pretty full belly already, this boy. Ooh, it's chirping a little bit, doing a bit of a contact call. Wow. Okay. What I'm going to do, everyone, I'm going to loop around because he's making his way to where his brother is. And I think just with where they are, that way is actually going to be better for us. Unbelievable. Okay. when they did that second chase, it was, you could see the cheetah wasn't trying too hard. It knew it was going to get it, and really just conserving energy. Yeah, exactly, Linda. So I think it was about just being a bit tired and wanting to conserve energy. I think that's the only thing that really makes sense to me. And then going for it again with less conviction because they had already obviously somewhat injured it, I suppose. It's functioning off adrenaline, that little calf. Here we go, it's heading now. There's the other brother. Okay, it's running. Let me go forward. Now it's dragging it a little bit. Where are you heading to, boy? It's moving there now, so let's just see where it heads to. Yeah, I was never in doubt the second time that it got up and even it had this little burst of energy to come across this plane. I was sure that either it would just not be able to run as quickly or also be exhausted, the little thing. And these cheetahs were going to get it, so a little bit of a doomed situation for the blessed buck calf. Okay, we're just gonna go down the road a little bit and catch up with them. Yeah, we'll have a nice view here, everyone. Thanks, Wildlife Lady. It has been. We've just had to navigate everything, but I think hopefully they're going to rest, and it doesn't look like that little one is moving again. Yeah, Leanne, they definitely have full bellies. I think these boys are very successful, and I think the opportunity with this little one was just too good. Wow, look how they disappear in that grass. I can't see the one on the left actually. BK's just sitting higher than me. Wow, everybody. Yeah, I think we all are just taking a breath, including these cheetah, trying to just process what happened. Oh my goodness me. This is, I mean, now we just need the brown hyenas to arrive. Oh, goodness. All right, everyone, we're not going anywhere. While we all catch our breath, let's send you over to Steve, who's investigating a plant.
Never.
Hello everybody. Well, what a dramatic scene unfolding there with Amy. You never know what you're going to experience out in the wild places. But I'm very excited to show you this because I've already saved a number of these around our camp. And you might not know immediately what this is, but there's 2 leaves over here. 2 leaves, and then it's coming out with another set of leaves. But if you look in front, can you see this guy over here? Everybody knows what this is, I'm sure. This is a marula kernel, and the marula kernel had 2 seeds which have popped out, and here they are, growing in the sandy soil. Now when a tree or shrub or forb grows, they come out of the seed with 2 leaves. We call them a dicotyledon, because these 2 funny looking leaves are actually the first 2 leaves that would have erupted out. They would have come out as a pair like that and then split into 2. And then from the growth point is there in the middle, come the next ones, and then again the growth point from the middle right over there. Can you see that important? That little pinch right there is the next growth point in between these 2. This little shrub tree is going to keep blossoming up, and then it will start to take the shape of the natural leaf progression of a marula. But it's very difficult, in my opinion, unless you've seen hundreds of them, to always identify what species it is when they're popping up out of the ground. The thing to know is that the 2 leaves popping out make it a tree, shrub or forb, forming a dicotyledonous type of plant, versus a grass, which is a monocotyledon, which means inside the seed they only have 1 leaf. That is very easily seen in the seedling stage when they pop out. This is magical. So we found a few around camp, and I've saved them, put them in a bucket, and going to let them grow a little bit and then plant them somewhere quite special. I've let the Timavati crew know that. When they're around on the ground like this, they're very vulnerable. This little marula, I mean, an impala coming past here, what are the chances of this surviving? We always talk about the question of elephants destroying marula trees, but how many of these have we seen? I've never been able to do a proper segment on a baby marula before. I found one a couple of years ago at Treehouse Dam coming out of a pile of elephant dung, and I left it, and then a few days later it was gone. So the recruitment of these little babies is limited, hence why we don't see too many of them. We don't see many babies, and that is because getting past this seedling stage is rather challenging. Are we all good there, Paul? Okay, fantastic. Marula seedlings.
Let's go and take a look. See you out there.
Even a hyena coming into the action as well now. Oh my word! She's stalking the hyena now. Leopard, hyena, lion, all together in one shot. Oh. This is action-packed.
My full name is Maxine Gaines. Best part of the job, gosh, I just love everything about guiding. I love I love being able to observe animal behavior and animals behaving naturally. So for me, that's by far the best part of the job. And so what we do here at Wild Earth is develop those connections with the people that are viewing, and maybe just light a little spark that says, you know what, I want to be involved in protecting this ecosystem.
Join our expert guides at dawn for a live, immersive safari as the bush comes to life.
Found ourselves a chameleon, and look how he's changed color.
Every sunrise brings new discoveries.
Pound for pound, a leopard is one of the strongest cats around.
Ask questions, share your thoughts, and connect with nature live and in real time.
Great excitement, great happiness.
Start your day with adventure.
Kiongozi is called Sama. Apparently, she is arrested. It's called Sama. Now, we are looking at. I'm just looking at my notes here to be sure, because they look exactly the same. So, Kiongozi's mother was called Sama, who apparently we lost through some human-wildlife conflict. And we are looking at Moja Moja, apparently or sadly, we also lost the mother from human-wildlife conflict. And the mother was called Longneck. So two different mothers. Maybe, possibly then, same fathers. Just look as they lie down, and I'm sure Edwin is going to put their heads together. Just look at the heads, and even the body physique, very identical. Could we have mistaken them and maybe both of them belong to Sama? It can be because of the same age. Or possibly both of them, their mother was Longneck. But they look very, very same. So I would only want to believe they have a common father. And the fathers for these boys are the Salas boys. As much as I have not seen the tale of Moja Moja, James, you're saying these boys are very cuddly. And I'm trying to also wonder their friendship. I mean, anytime, James, I see the two heads, or one at a time, not once I've mixed them up. I've called Moja Moja Kiongozi, and I've called Kiongozi Moja Moja. But then once I see the tail, I'm sure, James, you know, Moja Moja is missing half of the tail. Then you're able to know who is who. But the Cheetah Brothers, if I don't want to call these two brothers here, the Cheetah Brothers have done some magic. Let's go back to Amy.
Hello everybody and welcome back. We are still here with these cheetah boys, and yeah, they haven't done too much. The one that we're looking at there has been sort of up and down. I think it's so instinctual for them to be checking around if there's any potential threat now while they've got food, as well as just regaining their breath. They sprint so quickly when they're at full tilt, so you know, you can imagine them speeding away and needing to then just take time to regather the strength necessary to actually open a carcass. They haven't got the strongest jaws if we think of them in comparison to things like leopards and lions and even hyenas. So they're also vulnerable and will often lose kills to things like, well, here specifically brown hyena. So they definitely need to be looking out. But they haven't touched the carcass again. I don't know exactly where it is. It's somewhere, I think, in between them. So we're just waiting to see what their next move is going to be. But wow, everyone, that was a first for both BK and I. We were just saying to each other, we're sort of replaying the moment and how everything happened there while we were watching those rhinos, and then how I said, oh, these rhinos look like they're a bit unsettled or something like that, like they were looking around, and next thing I just saw a cheetah sprinting and saw the takedown. BK got the camera on it as quickly as he could, and now they're here. We followed them completely across the entire plain, and now they're sitting here sort of like nothing's happened. We're just saying, if you arrive now, you would never know that we've just seen a live kill, and there's a baby blesbok that has been taken down there. But they are beautiful boys. As I said, this is my first time meeting them, and really lovely cheetah. I'm so happy that they're here at Mabula. And next year, when I do come back, we'll have to try and see if we can find the ladies. You never know what's going to happen in the next few hours, but realistically speaking, I'm happy with just meeting the boys and under the circumstances. All right, so as I was saying just now about sort of replaying the moment for ourselves, we are actually going to take you into a replay of when we first saw the cheetahs coming full speed while we were with the rhinos. And we were just simply observing them. Lovely sighting in the open plains. Next thing, cheetah. And there it was. And I've got this mental picture of this cheetah bounding towards this helpless baby blesbok and taking it and rolled over a little bit. And of course, never an easy thing to watch that, but also, like we say, the circle of life. And it is just so, it's a thrilling experience because you can't believe that this is happening right in front of your eyes. So it's really awesome to be able to share just that moment again with everyone because it was so fleeting. And now here they are. The one is complete. Oh, there we go. The other one now is also completely flat. They both just oh, there we go, looking very alert, very aware of what's happening, wanting to look, really have its head facing the other way, feeling like that's a better option or position for it. But you can understand why it is so difficult to spot these cheetah. I mean, just lying like that already, it looks just like a little rock. And other than the movement of the ear, it's very difficult to see. All right, well, from here, we're going to send you over to Tim and the honeymoon couple.
That was a nice show, Amy, and what a lucky surprise and lucky find. It was a nice surprise for you, actually. And for your last thing to know that here we have our lions and they look like they were pursuing something and it got lost. So even though lions are known to, when they're mating, they're known not to be eating. So that lioness stood up, there was something that was walking in the bush, and it was a warthog. She tried to run, but anyway, that warthog ran away. I can hear blue-napped mousebug calling in the background. Some whistles. Let's see, counting minutes, because it happened just about 3 minutes ago. You know, because they are predators, so anything that walks around here, they get to pick that movement, and they also become very vigilant and aware, and they might also want to hunt. But occasionally when lions are mating, they don't always hunt, but I've seen them feeding occasional time. Eddie, within their pride area, they can travel only about, let's say, 10 to 15 kilometers, not that far. But even tomorrow morning when you come here, it can be even less depending on the terrain. Sometimes it can even be shorter, even up to about 3 kilometers. So it depends. So it really depends on where they are. So it doesn't necessarily mean that they have to walk a long distance. So within this range, within their pride area, they tend to walk short distance, and also they're known to walk a long distance away from where we previously see them. So for example, tomorrow morning we might see them either close to camp, away from camp, or maybe around this area. So it's actually dependent on how she is. So every time she wakes up, she starts moving, going around, walking around him. So that is what triggers him to keep on following. And if she goes away, if she goes for a long distance away,
Thanks, Tim. Well, who would have guessed it? We have got some grass, and this is a wonderful specimen. It's just starting to show its inflorescence. Now, what I mean by inflorescence, a grass is made up of different plant parts or names to that of a tree, but essentially the flower and fruiting body of a grass is called the inflorescence. So you get the vegetative part, which is the leaves, which are for photosynthesis and for all the purposes that they serve. And then you get this stalk that climbs up and up and up and up, and it's above a lot of the other grasses, so that when the wind blows, the pollen from this one can go down and pollinate down there. Most grasses are pollinated by the wind. So this inflorescence part we would call the reproductive part, or the sexual part of the grass, and these would be the seeds or the flowers. Okay, so this particular grass is quite a nice one and quite easy to remember. Grasses are quite challenging to identify when they are just grass on the ground. If I show you all of these here, it's not that easy to tell what they are unless you can see a flower. But here you have the flowers starting to emanate. For example, here it's popping out, and then it gets a bit longer, and then it gets a bit longer, and then when it stands up, what do we see? We see like a signpost. And we see Johannesburg, Cape Town, Kruger Park, Namibia. You see what I'm saying? Like a signpost. So quite easy to remember this one as a signal grass. And these seeds are very delicious once they are ripe. I can eat them, and the birds love them. The birds absolutely love these grasses. And this grass serves such a wonderful purpose. Can you see how it's pushing out and it's covering the surface of the soil here, protecting against the rain, providing little climates for other organic material to accumulate. There's some insects running around, and this will be grazed quite nicely. It's quite large leaf material, so a buffalo would love this. Any of our bulk grazers would love this. Even the medium-sized grazer would like this, growing like this. So grass, magnificent plants, so important for so many processes on the planet, and they provide most of the food used by humans and animals alike. Okay, well, Amy is still with her dramatic scene over there with those cheetah.
Hello everybody, yes, we are still here with these two, and they've both sort of basically lain down with the typical sort of head up stance that cheetahs have. Very well camouflaged here in the grass, and you can see that there's a little bit of movement. It's looking there to the right hand side, and still very focused, and don't be fooled, they are very much alert, aware what's happening here. As I say, still not deciding to make any moves on the carcass itself. You can just see that tail. Oh, I do love a cheetah tail. Beautiful with those stripes going along it. And you can see a little bit more that the one on the right is a lot more alert than the one on the left. We've seen it sit up a few times and look around, but for the most part they are actually quite relaxed, and they're trying to as well, I suppose, make themselves not too well known, trying to get everything calm, because a lot of the animals reacted around them when everything happened earlier, and they've moved. There's not another animal in sight now other than the odd bird, and then the more that other animals make noises and alarm calls potentially, then that will also let something like hyenas know to come to the area. So they also just want to lay low now a little bit. That one's closing its eyes. But I have a theory, and we have no way to prove this at all, of course, but their bellies are already very full. We saw that earlier. And there was no signs of a mom of this blesbok at all, unlike other scenarios where we've had baby blesbok being chased before and mom's really there to try and chase off the predators. And so potentially they may have hunted and eaten mom, the female that's the mother of this baby, and this little one was sort of left alone and vulnerable. That's why we didn't see any signs of it. So it's an interesting one. We obviously don't know, but they did eat something that was bigger than a baby blesbok, because both their bellies were very, very round. So for now, I think they are going to relax here and I'm sure eventually start to feed, but I think that predator instinct just sort of kicked in with these ones, and they just knew what they needed to do. But the flies are definitely a bother this evening for them, which is no surprise. Alright everyone, we're going to let a few other vehicles come and have a look at the cheetahs, because as you can imagine, it is something that everybody wants to see, and we're going to go do a little bit of a loop around, and while we do that, let's send you over to Eric.
Our Nkuhuma ladies, they were actually just, it wasn't actually far here. They were all lying underneath the tree. There was 6 of them, and then they all, I think what happened is they all got up and then they went north. And that was the last time we saw them. Then a few days later we saw the two of the ladies. And then obviously we saw, I think, potentially the same 2 ladies yesterday. And then now obviously they've moved around a little bit. Oh, would you look at that? There's a bit of traffic. Let's try and pull it over here. But you don't often get into traffic jams here. Hello again. Seems we're all on the lookout. Oopsie daisy, what was that? There's a hole. We're all on the lookout for all animals. Anything and everything, as we say. There's a little bit of blue sky, so there's a bit of hope. Hopefully this goes there so we can see our sun. I think once there's a little bit of sunlight, it might be quite nice for some of the animals to come out. Then females, you know, at the age that the bigger cubs are at, they're at that age where they get very, what's the word, adventurous, and when they become adventurous, it becomes dangerous, because the female will leave them to go hunting, and she comes back and they're not in the exact same place. She might tend to worry a little bit, and that can be slightly problematic. Because obviously being in an area where it's so dense with predators, you know, they're still vulnerable to being attacked by a leopard, by a hyena, and if there's cheetah in the area, the cheetah will definitely also go for them. So moving dens just to try and keep her cubs protected, that's one of the reasons. Perhaps if it's rained in one area a little bit too much and a lot of water got into this area where she was denning, that's one sort of reason to move to move the den. So there's various reasons, but I think the main thing is it basically just comes down to safety for the cubs. It's quite an important thing. For the very small ones, it also comes down to safety, warmth in the den. She doesn't want the cubs getting too cold, because if they do, the chances of survival are also not quite high, especially those very small ones.
The Wild Earth Impact Foundation is a non-profit that uses the power of wildlife storytelling as a force for good. We create sustainable development projects that showcase conservation stories, empower people, and inspire environmental action. As a registered South African PBO, you can make a tax-deductible donation to the Wild Earth Impact Foundation. To find out more, visit our website.
Do you want to know why impala are the most common antelope we find here in the Kruger National Park? You can ask me questions like this in real time. Our safaris are live and interactive here in the heart of Africa. Join me on SafariLIVE. Connect with nature.
Join our expert guides at dawn for a live, immersive safari as the bush comes to life.
Found ourselves a cow. He's changed color.
Every sunrise brings new discoveries.
Pound for pound, a leopard is one of the strongest cats around.
Ask questions, share your thoughts, and connect with nature, live and in real time.
Great excitement, great happiness.
Start your day with adventure. Every month, something wild lands in your inbox. From rare sightings and behind-the-scenes secrets to expert stories, seasonal changes, and exclusive travel opportunities, the Wild Earth Journal is your free monthly mailer, packed with the magic of the wild straight from the field. It's fun, it's free, it's full of surprises. Sign up now on the Wild Earth website.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Sticking to the topic of plants. Well, why not? We love them, don't we, Paul? Very nice plant over here. It's clearly a tree. You see that? Clearly a tree. So we know this isn't the grass, and there are leaves. And the leaves are in a particular kind of shape and style, but that's not what we're going to talk about in this segment. What we're going to talk about is the fact that it is in flower. Now, we spoke about the inflorescence of the grass before. Now, the leaves are growing, and flowers grow from the same place that leaves erupt out of a stem. Okay, that is the way it works. The fruit and the flower. So the flower will erupt out, and then this will turn into the fruits, staying off of the same stem. For example, an apple comes out with the stem over there. It turns into flowers initially, and then each of those individual flowers, or the one flower, turns into an apple that is attached by a stem to the tree. And when it's ripe, either gets plucked or falls to the ground. Now, every flower is unique, and the flowers themselves, how a plant designs its flower and how those flowers turn into fruit, pods, seeds, whatever they might be, is how scientists have named trees and shrubs. Okay, so the structure of the leaves, the size of the tree, the bark, the color has got nothing to do with how scientists have identified a plant. Okay, it is the structure of the flower, the way the flower is arranged. Within each flower we get a floral formula. So every single genus family of plants has got a specific floral formula, which means the number of male and female parts within the flower. Okay. Honey badger, all grasses and trees do have male and female parts. Some trees are dioecious, meaning that monoecious, which means that they have male or female, but all grasses are both. So the pollen erupts off and it flies over and lands on the female parts of another grass, and then that grass itself turns from the pollen of another plant. So it's basically sexual reproduction, the pollen being blown from the wind, and that is just one element of pollination. Another one is insects, and we have what looks like an ant. Is it an ant? I know, it's a little beetle. And they are mating in the flowers. Goodness gracious. Well, it's all happening today. We've got some very tiny little beetles there, busy feeding on the flower, mating at the same time. And while visiting one flower covering pollen on its face to another flower is the sexual reproduction of this plant. So there are many, many ways that plants reproduce and transfer pollen from one to another. Wind is probably one of the most ancient, which goes to show that grasses are much older than trees. And generally, we look at a tree, dependent on its pollination strategy, we can tell in age sort of how long along the evolutionary pathway that it developed. So wind, water, insects, birds, and then mammals. Okay. The silver cluster leaf. It stinks, it smells like dirty socks, and Paul loves it.
Never.
They're not his pink socks, those smell remarkable. But while we go find another wonderful segment and another plant perhaps, let's go send you back over to Amy, who's having, well, a very interesting afternoon with her cheetah.
Oh no! We've also been smelling that smell around here. It really smells like a dirty, like a dirty gym bag. Hey, BK? It's not enjoyable. And if Paul likes that smell, he must have his nostrils checked because something's not right. Everyone, wow. I mean, what is there to say after the sighting we've just had? We are going to head to the waterhole with the grebe nest because I feel like seeing that again before we leave, and it will be lovely to maybe even see the changeover happen between the male and female. Oh, well, we can look at these beautiful, there's a beautiful sky and there's a wildebeest and some warthogs here, so there's no rush. The birdies aren't going anywhere. And the animals are loving these burnt sections at the moment. Yeah. This one's got a serious beard. It almost looks like it's curled. If we see it again. Very, very thick under the chinny chin. Look at that. It's like it had curlers in, BK. Mm-hmm. Even got some blonde highlights going through there. I don't think I've ever seen such a hairy chin on a wildebeest. Wow, so pretty. There's a few bubbling casinas. Oh, 2 young males here. Well, one older one, one younger one. Oh, hello. Are you coming back? Interesting. Wildebeest make me laugh. What was the purpose of that exercise? Oh, Veronica, yes, I think so. I don't think that they do it purposefully to get the sort of charcoal black ash on them that I've seen. It's almost a byproduct of rolling in certain areas that maybe is part of their territory. For some animals, like a territorial wildebeest, for example, and more to do with the soil and the ground that happens to be darker in color, and then they do get that bit of ash on them. I've seen a rhino that slept in a very burnt area and got up, and it it had this sort of black charcoal color, dust on its side. But it would be interesting if they do enjoy using that in terms of something to do with scent, maybe. Or if it helps for their hygienically, perhaps. Maybe they eat the burnt bits to, you know, charcoal with, I think, something to do with teeth whitening. We have some warthogs here and next to us. Oh, they're going more behind us now. The wildebeest are still in the road ahead, deciding to go back over to the other side. I think they're listening. Oof, there's a bit of thunder around at the moment. There's a huge cloud that's coming over, and I think they were just listening there. Yeah, yes, I think that's exactly what they are doing, testing from one side to the other. Oh. For what? It looks like they're going to be heading towards the airstrip now. Janet, I'll have to check exactly for you, but I think it's maybe around a year or so. I can see that these ones are just starting. I think developing, they could start even earlier than that within the jaw. But from the moment we start to see them, this one does look quite big though. These are popping out as well. These are probably 3 that are part of the same litter. Say maybe between a year and 2 years. But of course, you know, from when we are seeing them, they're already quite long, coming from the top jaw and bottom jaw and then curling around already to pop out of the lip. They're right here next to us. All right, Rachel D. We love Mabula too. It's a wonderful reserve, and I mean you can see for yourselves the sightings that we have here are incredible. They can be just unreal. The aardwolf yesterday evening, a live cheetah killed today. Okay, well, I just checking. It looks like the tusks can potentially start to show even earlier than a year or so, but they are going to carry on feeding away. We're going to head towards the waterhole. While we do that, let's send you over to Eric.
I've seen warthog tusks that actually have gone all the way around and starting to pierce it at the top of its snout. Naturally it was a big warthog, but that's not something that we tend to see very, very often. And then also seen warthog with tusks that go straight, almost out. Instead of curling, they actually go out like blades, flat. It's not something you also want to get into a fight with. You might lose a little bit of blood. Those tusks are very, very sharp, and they tend to basically tend to slice quite a bit, and they move their heads very quickly, which also can be a bit of a problem. But we don't see very many warthogs here in the Sabi Sand, unfortunately. It's no thanks to the leopards and the lions. They feed on them quite a bit when they can catch them, or when they see them. But we saw two today. Yeah. Earlier. Yeah, we saw two earlier. And naturally they did not stand still. They were not too keen on being still for us at all. Warthogs doing what warthogs do and scurrying away into the bushes. Stop, look back, and then they continue scurrying on, just to make sure that you're not following them. But actually further up this road, one of the Black Dam, the southern Black Dam males, and I think it was a Kruger male, pulled a warthog out of its burrow here. They dug it out at the beginning, well, sort of halfway, just before halfway through the year. But Jesse, wild dogs will go after warthogs. Wild dogs and cheetah, they have to be careful when they do so though. They have to be very, very careful. The reason being is they can be dangerous. Those tusks are an absolute problem, and if they're not careful enough, they can be impaled. I spoke about how much the warthog moves its head, so that can be quite a bit of a problem and do quite a bit of damage. There's a scops owl somewhere in here. I've just heard him, but he's quite far in there. I just heard him calling twice though. That's really cool. Difficult bird to find, that, the scops owl. Now we're gonna head towards Jackie's, see what's going on around there. I think the last time was with Cedric. I'm not actually sure. We haven't seen an owl. We had a pearl-spotted owlet, but the owlet was not too keen on sticking around, and it was jumping from branch to branch to branch, which is quite interesting. I've never seen an owlet do that before, but yeah, it did not sit still, and then it ended up actually flying away to another tree. So unfortunately we missed out, but it's nice to see them around. I know more or less now where it is, so we might be able to see it for a second time, or more or less where it tends to hang out. But No Varro's eagle owls, unfortunately. Anyway, we're going to send you back over to Steve and see what's happening on his side.
Thanks, Eric. No accolades needed. I just love talking about plants. Now, I've just walked through a burnt area. This area was burnt August, maybe September. But if you look at it, you wouldn't really notice unless you look quite closely. Now, there's been a little bit of rain, and the savanna is driven by summer rainfall and is driven by fire. So having a look on the ground over here, you'll notice that this tree over here, you can see it's burnt. Actually see how black is coming off. It's dead. Looks dead, doesn't it? But have a look at how marvelous nature is. Look how this tree is regrowing itself from the roots. These plants are adapted. They were evolved with fire, and they've come from a fire system, and fire actually drives them, and so they are keeping their nutrients in the roots. And when fire comes, or an elephant damages them, and there's rain again, look at these little coppice growth leaves coming through. And when I spoke before about them starting, you see how they open up as like two, they come out as two, and they sort of peel off. Oh, there's a caterpillar inside. Shame. Hello. And they then peel off. These two open and open and open. I'm going to close this because he's got a little home there. Look at the life that's happening just in this little sprig. And there's more coming out over here. Look at this. This one has even folded itself into the earth and unfolding. So this tree is going to reestablish itself. It's going to look very different than what it did before, but the nutrients and the life force is still there. Now that is a tree. Now if we look over here, you'll see as well that this grass has also burnt completely at the base. And then after the fire, look at how the grasses are growing out again. So we call this basal growth. Grass loves to be mowed to a certain degree. It doesn't like to be chopped right down to the soil. But look at the blackness underneath. This is all charred. It's all dead. But the grass has emerged again with this lovely green. These lovely green shoots. And they come out one leaf at a time. One leaf at a time. Can you see that? So monocotyledon, not dicotyledon, one at a time. And grass is also defined by the fact that the leaf is attached via a sheath. And there's another sheath. And normally the base is where the juice is. That's where it's growing from. It's actually pushing itself up. Very tasty, especially after the fire. The nutrients locked in the soil are emerging again. So fire and the savanna go hand in hand, and without fire the system would collapse. Now eland are grazers as well as browsers, and they'd probably enjoy both of these plants popping out from the ground.
They are indeed. We are watching the most magnificent eland here, walking across the plains. How beautiful is that bull? But he's not actually the only one. You'll see a few more come out, and there's another big boy in the group. I just think those shoulders stand so high. It's really impressive. Wow, hello boy. I love those furry foreheads. Can weigh up to a ton, an eland bull. You can see the rest of the herd coming from the right there. Wow. gave us a little bit of a check out there. The rest are going to follow shortly. You can see how much smaller the females are in size. Wow, look at him. He's dark, isn't he? And look at that dewlap. It's even hanging between his front legs. My word. That's a younger male. There is one more. Actually, there's two more, but one more on this side that still has to make their way across. And they've actually been browsing on the beechwood trees here. Another young male. Look at those muscles. Okay, so I believe some of you are asking about the eland calf that we had. It was yesterday morning. That was just curled up next to the road, and we were a bit worried about it, but it was perfectly fine. It was just a late riser, it seems, so we decided to just drive off slowly, and it was completely unperturbed by us. Just snuggled up in a little ball. It was looking very healthy. There wasn't any clear signs of illness, but I thought maybe something was wrong because the rest of the herd left it and it wasn't showing any signs of reacting to us being so close to it or anything like that. But anyway, as we drove off, it did get up and sort of had that moment, oh whoa, where's everybody gone? And then ran off and joined up with mom. So little baby eland was perfectly okay. So some happy news for the calves of Mabula in that front. And last but not least, we have another young male that's coming across here. Looks like they have stiff back legs when they walk, don't they? You can see his shoulders aren't quite as big compared to that first bull that we saw. Still has some growing to do. Okay. I'm not sure what happened there. Lori, they are. They really are. And here at Mabula, we seems to have had a eland boom with the number that we have here and all the babies being born. So very fortunate to have such wonderful viewing of these animals. Wow, that was lovely. So beautiful to see, and my goodness me, we've got some wildebeest over there, some zebra over there. We are going to keep going and make our way towards the waterhole, but I can't not mention, after the week we've had here and the sighting we had this afternoon, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe a few of you would like to come and visit Mabula. And if you are interested in something like that, next year I'll actually be hosting a private safari here in May, and so if you'd like any more info on that, you can head over to wildearth.travel and come here for 5 nights with me. All right, let's carry on. Oh, there are some blesbok that are all alive. We shall continue to the waterhole. It's a beautiful afternoon. I was thinking maybe we might get some rain, but it's held off, which I'm very grateful for. And yes, we will go and see what else is happening. Oh, there's two wildebeests having a little bit of a tussle. Where's best to see them from? Maybe here, BK. Yes, I actually noticed that as well, Daniel. So it's exactly the same as what we find on something like a zebra. And it's basically when they sit, it's where the hooves fold and touch into their legs. So it's almost like, I think it's bare skin, because the sort of the hair, I don't know if it's been worn away or if it's just like that from birth. I seem to think the little ones have similar markings, but I haven't had a close look on the calves. But you'll see as well, the shape is also similar to that of the actual eland hoof.
Hello, I'm James Hendry, and I'd like to take you on a very different kind of safari through the wild heart of Madagascar. In Undersea, we'll track the Indri's eerie call through misty rainforest. Then it's east on to Masuala, where lemurs leap through the jungle, coral reefs glow beneath the waves, and adventure waits around every bend. Come, let's explore it together.
Would you like to know the difference between a male and a female wildebeest? You can ask me questions like this in real time. Our safaris are live and interactive here in the heart of Africa. Join me on SafariLIVE and connect with nature.
Join our expert guides at dawn for a live, immersive safari as the bush comes to life.
Found ourselves a chameleon, and look how he's changed color.
Every sunrise brings new discoveries.
Pound for pound, a leopard is one of the strongest cats around.
Ask questions, share your thoughts, and connect with nature live and in real time.
Great excitement, great happiness.
Start your day with adventure.
Can you hear that? The wild is calling.
We are now driving along the Mala boundary. Got Jackie's on our left hand side here, cut line, and then over there is the neighbors. Anything could potentially cross over here. It was actually in this corner where they last saw some wild dogs crossing over. Della, I haven't heard anything about Shipuku or Rulani, but I know Kuchava was seen 2 days ago, actually just further up along this this cut line, but quite far west, not far west, quite far east. Other than that, we haven't heard much. There hasn't really been much activity in terms of leopard over the last few days. I mean, obviously we've had Mzemba, we had Sabui not too long ago. That's it, eh? Yeah, that's been about it. We have not seen our usual characters. I haven't seen Kuchava in the time that I've been here. Is this part of the road still closed? Indeed it is. Look like the elephants have come back. They came back to finish off a job that they did, messing up all sorts down that side. Naughty elephants, naughty. But we haven't heard any Tlalamba or Shapondo. I'm lying, I actually have seen Kuchava. Saw her once. Wasn't last week. It was almost 3 weeks ago. It was one of the Mondays. It was, I think, a week into my stint. PK was still here, and we saw them on the Monday. And then on the Tuesday, I think Rulani was seen. Yes. Was it the Tuesday? No, Monday afternoon we saw Rulani, and then apparently she was seen again on the Tuesday. We didn't see her on the Tuesday, and that's when Kuchava started walking all around. I mean, she was seen at the bottom of Jackie's on the far eastern side, and then she was seen on Chitwa side. Then she went kind of towards the Little Gowrie Chitwa border. I mean, she was covering a lot of land, and during the day she was walking quite far. So not exactly too sure what she was doing. Maybe she was looking for food, looking for something to munch. But Rulani was seen the same day we saw Subui, I think. Janine, we did see some elephants moving off into the bush on Little Gowrie. They moved off into some rather thick thicket. So we did get our elephant dosage. Unfortunately, we didn't get to show you our elephant dosage for this afternoon. We're going to keep our eyes open here though, because when we saw Mzemba this morning, he looked like he was not moving away from something, maybe trying to find something, but he kept looking back as if something was following him. So one never knows. Let's go this way. We'll show you actually a little highlight for those who didn't see Mzemba this morning. And you can see him turning around, looking back at us to say, are you following me? Well, look who we have found waltzing around. Where are you off to, big boy? So we've been on the lookout for him for the last, how long, 5-10 minutes? But we have prevailed, and we have caught up to him. He looks like he's definitely on a mission. Well, there you have it, the big male leopard. Not having it one bit. He even actually ended up running off at the end. But he was very clever. He went down a road that nobody can actually drive on at this time, because it's just a little bit too wet. Now we're back on the boundary after we took a little detour around to avoid a rather heavily destroyed section of road by elephants. Who would have thought? But we're going to send you over to Amy, who's got her little bird with her.
Hello everyone, yes, we have made it here to the little grebe nest, and I did just want to come and check in on it one more time before we leave Mobula. And yeah, all is well seemingly. Of course, we haven't had a chance to see if all 5 eggs are still underneath, but I'm confident that they are there. They wouldn't, if anything did come and want to sort of attack the eggs, they would probably eat all of them, not just one. So then they wouldn't have anything left to incubate. So the fact that the one is still sitting on there leads me to believe that all 5 are still there and intact. Trying to follow the other one is quite far away, but slowly coming sort of in this direction, but still too far to say that they're going to approach and do their changeover at this moment. And for those of you who don't know, the other day we had incredible timing here at the little grebe nest. I didn't even know it was here. It was us discovering it, and we got to actually see when the female arrived to take over the incubation. So both male and female will take turns incubating their clutch. And that was just so special to see, because I had never seen that before, and I don't know if Wild Earth had captured that before happening live. So yeah, that was very, very sweet actually, and that's why we know that there are 5 eggs. There are 2 jackals that are running on the far side of the waterhole beaker. They're going to come out there in that there. You see them in the sun. Yeah, interesting for them to be out so early. They might be coming for a drink or something. How cool is this, everyone? Wow, I mean, you can see that the sun's out a little bit again. And oh, they're having a drink there. My word. Mabula is pulling out the stops for our last afternoon. Goodness me. I love being at a waterhole for that very reason, because anything can pop out at any time. It looks like they're not coming out again. I don't know, maybe they've just decided to rest there in that little bit of shade. I'm not sure, but the waterhole is beautiful. We've got some lovely reflections. Look at that. Shelley, I can't foresee a reason why they wouldn't. They're coming out again. I think we often hear jackals calling, so I think there is their den close by. I don't think they would be sort of right next to the water, just because of how many animals pass by. It's a little bit busy, and also potentially the waterhole might flood their den. So, but yes, within maybe 100 meters or so, within a radius or so of that, then yeah, I think it's definitely possible. You can see these are the black-backed jackal. They have the black on the back, but also the black tip to the tail. There it's following its partner that went off to the left. And we're back to our little grebe. Yeah, Sandy Franklin. I mean, it's impossible to not agree with that. Extraordinary, I think, would be another adjective I would use. So actually, for the most part, they do hunt on their own and sort of go after little rodents, insects, even within the grass, maybe small reptiles, small birds, definitely as well. But they can work as a team. We actually saw that here at Mabula with a pair of jackals attempting to take down a blessback calf, like what we saw the cheetahs do today. But they weren't successful. Mom came in and managed to chase them off. So yeah, they can work in teams. I think I remember Rolf, when he was at Amakala, was speaking about seeing teams of jackals, I think in Namibia or somewhere else where he worked previously and had seen them team up before. Oh, we've got the thickneys. Remember the other day we saw them sitting on a nest and I said, oh, I'm sure that they've got babies, and indeed there's two little ones there. Oh my gosh, how cute is that? They're like little mini adults. I saw the one was sitting constantly and there was no movement, but now we can actually see these little ones coming out. Oh, it's very cute. Oh, little drink. I wonder if they've just hatched between yesterday and today. It's possible. It's very cute.
Indeed, it is a wonderful time of year for witnessing new life. The bush takes a massive turn. The plants are back in vegetative growth. Vegetative growth meaning that they're actually physically growing. Their leaves, their roots, their plant parts are growing, and also starting to, the grasses get into reproductive stages. Some of the trees have started, some have already flowered and fruited, others are a bit delayed. Jackie Dolly, we get some kind of mosses here when it's very wet, but we are in a very dry climate. It's wet in the summer, but it doesn't maintain that moisture in the dry season. So in the forest, yes, we get lots of moss. Moss is a very wet-loving plant, and it needs perpetual moisture, really. So forests do very well for moss. Do get a lot of lichen, which is well adapted to the dry climates. Lyra, no Mopanis here. Not that I've seen anyway. I've been right up to the northern boundary. Oh my goodness, we found the lions. Look at that. Hello. Where have you guys been? 2 young males. I was feeling you. I really was. Okay, let me try and get a nice position. So the boy we had the other day. Happy? I was feeling something there, Paul. I was looking around, and then there they were, right next to the road. Hello, guys. Well, that's how it works, everybody. Keep checking, keep checking. We've checked this area every single day. Don't know where they've all been. Looks like they had a rough Sunday. Gianna, it's all luck, really. It's all luck. Did you see them there?
Luto. I just saw you say boom. There we go.
100% luck, Gianna. 100% luck. Where did they come from? We don't know. Let's talk about Mopani trees more. That seems to bring lions out of the woodwork. A little bit further north from here, a little bit further north and east into the Timavati, we start getting the Mopani, sort of the northeastern sections where the Timavati connects with Umbabat. We start getting Mopanis there, through to the Olifants, and then across the Olifants or Balule Reserve, through that, and then keep going east towards parts of the Kruger. There's sort of this very definitive line where the Mopanis take over on the clay soils where the knobthorns were before. We don't really have that vegetation type here. We've got more granitic soils here, which give rise to the bush willows and the marula plant community. As we go a little bit further east, we start to get a bit more basalts, and as the basalts get a little bit drier, so there's a gradient in the Kruger. The further south you go, the higher the rainfall, and the further north you go, the rainfall decreases, and the Mopani seems to take over at this very pinnacle point on the basalts where the rainfall is a bit lower, and then it takes over. That's all over up in the north. They do, Laurie. They look so thrilled to have us, don't they? Hello, young man. Looks a bit out of shape with that mane growing off on the left shoulder like that. Hello, you are a pretty boy, aren't you? He's got proper bed head, everybody. Proper bed head. We've all had that before, haven't we? When conditions have been a little bit wet. Maybe you've gone to sleep having showered and you haven't dried your hair properly. Wake up in the morning and the hair is doing all sorts of things. Now on the other side of the river here, we've had vultures irregularly. And I feel like a small portion of the pride, they're in little clusters around the reserve. I don't think the whole pride is together. They're in clusters, 3, maybe 4 clusters, I don't know. They've all been feeding on pretty substantial meals just across here. We've seen the vultures, but we haven't managed to get any access to that side. So, well, we've just been constantly checking, and finally our patience has paid off. David was saying in the beginning of the drive he's got a bit of a, what did he say? He's feeling a little bit lost without lions. What was the words he said? A lion withdrawal. We haven't seen a lion since we saw this guy almost a week ago. Hey, Paul. Annalie, I will encourage Paul to wear his pink socks daily until they start smelling like the silver cluster leaves.
Never ever see my socks will smell, huh?
We are at Timavati Safari Lodge. Our campsite is surrounded by the silver cluster leaves, and they're all established trees, and they've been flowering already for a week and a half, and they're a lovely smell. It takes a little bit of getting used to. If you like gym socks, that you can all imagine this. I'd like you to imagine this. Socks that have been worn for a rugby or football or hockey game, covered in sweat, then thrown into the corner of the cupboard for a week and then picked up. You can imagine that now, can't you? That is what the silver cluster leaf flowers smell like. And thankfully we don't have the purple pod cluster leaf, because they smell even worse. Yeah, but they attract insects that like that smell. Clearly we had beetles even mating on the flower there earlier, which was clearly lots of fun. Nap time. Okay, well, we're going to stay here with these 2 young males, and let's go see if Eric is going to bump into something.
Well, this is the road we lost Mzemba on. He went out. Well, we didn't lose him. We watched him walk away. We knew where he was going. Well, somewhat where he was going. And we're just doing a little bit of patrol. It's starting to get dark. Lots of dark clouds around, so it's going to get darker quicker this evening than it usually does. We're gonna just keep looking in this area. We don't know where he went after that. He could have easily gone there and then cut across and come back this side. I guess we'll find out. We'll have a little look. We'll look for some tracks. Nice soft sand here, and because it's starting to dry, it's starting to become quite loose. Sand when it's wet sticks together quite a bit, and it makes it actually much easier to drive on when it's wet, but obviously not too wet. When it's dry, it makes it difficult to drive on, but it makes it easier for us to find tracks, in a sense, of animals that live within this area. From traveling in the wild, every journey must start somewhere. So visit invest.alexforbes.com to start your investment journey today. There's another road that goes in here that we'll take, and then we'll kind of do little circles around this kind of thicket of bush. Look up in all the trees, all the marula trees, lots of them here, but also torchwoods or green thorns.
Oh, yes, there's a leopard. I've got a leopard here. My name is Cedric, and behind the camera with me we've got Muscles and Paw. Well, it is Feline Friday.
At Wild Earth, we believe every story has the power to create change. That's why we've launched the Wild Earth Impact Foundation, a non-profit dedicated to conservation and social impact. By showcasing conservation stories, we can change lives, protect nature, and empower communities. We have partnered with Empowers Africa to accept tax-deductible donations from US donors. Your donation will help fund critical programs that support our mission. Join us and be part of the change.
My full name is Cedric Leslie Dold. The best driver at Wild Earth, it is me. I believe I'm the best driver. I think so, because I've... Best part of my job, I say, is just to try and look out for these animals, track them down. I love tracking animals. I love looking for, fresh tracks, and if you can find them, it's just at the moment of accomplishment. If I wasn't a presenter for Wild Earth, I would be the drummer for AC/DC.
Join our expert guides at dawn for a live, immersive safari as the bush comes to life.
Found ourselves a chameleon, and look how he's changed color.
Every sunrise brings new discoveries.
Pound for pound, a leopard is one of the strongest cats around.
Ask questions, share your thoughts, and connect with nature, live and in real time.
Great excitement, great happiness.
Start your day with adventure.
We are here with a male leopard. A lion, but they are going in the opposite direction. Unfortunately, maybe that's what Nzemba was a little bit wary about. Maybe he could have smelt female lion or the scent of a female lion around, and that's why he was trying to potentially maybe get out of this area as quickly as he possibly could. It's actually multiple lions here. Anyway, we're going to send you back over to Amy, who has actually got some cats.
Yes, hello everybody. We are back at the cheetah, and you can just see some spots there. There's a tail flick every now and again. There we go. And they do lift their heads in the few minutes that we've been sitting here. They're quite far apart. That one's off to, well, not so far apart, but I think they are, from our view, they look further than what they are. but they're still here in the same spot. Doesn't look like anyone started eating anything that we can see right now. Hillary, not from what I can see, no. It looks like they're still resting, and I think part of that has to do with the fact that they are so full. So they don't really have the motivation to make use of the effort needed to open up a carcass, even if it is a baby blesbuck. So I don't know how much more we'll see them do this afternoon into the evening now, really. They are diurnal predators, so as you saw, active mostly actually in daylight hours more than night time. So it will be fascinating to see if they do leave, if they take the carcass with them, if they just spend the night here, which is also a possibility. There we go, heads up a little bit. Sandy Franklin, I have no idea. I mean, in theory, no. Why would they do that if there's no reason to, no predator or threat around to make them do that? But animals do some odd things that we can't really reason out sometimes. So I guess there is a possibility that they would leave it, but in all likelihood they'd probably carry it with them if they decided to move. Okay, well, as we sit here with the cheetah boys, let's send you over to Steve with the lions.
Not much action, Amy. I think when we arrived they were sleeping and they moved off because of the sound of our car. And my feeling is the Pride was feeding, or members of the Pride, including lionesses, were feeding on a kill across the way there for the last few days, and these two boys, probably last ones left, and the Pride left them in the rains of last night. We had a big thunderstorm come through, lightning, electrical storm early this morning. and the rains would have washed away the scent, so they wouldn't be able to find their family until it gets dark. They can maybe start calling. But it's not common to find two younger boys of this sort of age, especially the one on the right being quite young, being on their own for extended periods of time. They would always be trying to find the adults. The providers of the food. Moxie, it's a genetic thing. Male lions start to show a little bit of mane from about a year and a half, a little bit on the chest, a little bit around the ears maybe, and then from 3 it really starts to kick off. 3, 4, the mane is pretty well developed, and then it can still continue developing from there if they continue to get into sort of testosterone fueled battles. It can also go the other way. I was talking about it the other day when we found this boy, but I have seen it go the opposite way when a male becomes very submissive and is being chased and doesn't really find his footing and doesn't really have a pride anymore. It can go the opposite direction, but genetically it can happen a lot quicker with some. We saw with Guapo Jr. down in Amakala. He went from being a small little maned lion to suddenly out of nowhere, I didn't recognize him. And I think I'd been gone for 6 months. So it is a genetic thing, as well as they key it with testosterone. So if he fights and gets aggressive and gets into all sorts of conflicts, apparently the mane can grow a lot quicker. And as I said, the opposite is true. If he tucks tail and runs a lot and doesn't get into those altercations and stand his ground, the mane can actually recede. I've only seen it once, but I mean, then we knew the male, a young Nkuhuma male. I'm sure many of the viewers know who he was. We'd seen him, his mane was developing, he was coming along nicely, and then we didn't see him in a while, and he'd been hanging out with the Talamati boys, the Talamati pride, and he'd really just gone backwards, and he'd been all over the place being chased by a number of different lions. Flies are bothering him as much as they are bothering us, Mpho. Are they bothering you more with your pink socks? Okay, well, Amy is looking at something in a burrow. I wonder what she's got.
Hello everyone, we did just have a nose in a burrow, and it is an aardwolf nose that has now put its nose to the side, and if you look very carefully you can see that there's some fur there. And while we were at the cheetahs, I know that this is a aardwolf burrow that's regularly used, and I said, well, these cheetahs are just really sitting there, not doing much, we can hardly see them, let's go check this burrow. And indeed there was a nose inside, so we're just going to give it a little bit of time. Usually after, oh, there's some movement, there's the nose, it's back. It does relax a little bit more or decide to start waking up, which is what I'm hoping for at this time. that's a tail. Is there two? Is it? Or is it the same? It's two. So, the last time I sat at this burrow at this time of year, we discovered that there was a cub, or 2 cubs in this hole, and I'm wondering if this isn't mom and a little one together here. It does look like a very short tail to the right, and the cubs grow very quickly, so there's definitely 2 in here. And it is the time of the year where aardwolves den. They den, but in terms of breed, which happens around October, and then the young ones are denning with the mom into November. So that could be very cool. Andrew, yes, I think there definitely could be a possibility for that. If you think of certain predators that know, for example, warthogs in burrows coming to check. Here in Mabula, though, with the way the reserve, sort of the animals that are on this area of the reserve, these aardwolves wouldn't really have to worry, other than maybe, I don't think cheetahs would come and target them at the burrow, let alone something like a brown hyena. So they wouldn't really have to worry about lions coming to scratch them out or hunt them or anything like that. More so with things like warthogs, for example. And the waking up can happen very quickly. They can go from looking super snoozy to getting up and moving for the evenings very fast. So we're not going to go anywhere. Sandy Franklin. Thanks. It has been a wonderful afternoon. What a way to end our stint here. My goodness me. Mac, I know, it's so cute. They are the animals. I mean, I know that we had the bat-eared foxes at Amakala a few weeks ago, and there's no doubt that that is adorable. But between bat-eared fox pups and aardwolf cubs, it's a close call as to who's cuter. Let alone the adults being very cute too. And these aardwolves would have been in here for the entire day. This is what they do. Like I say, shortly they will decide to come out and start to forage for termites, which is what they eat. So this could potentially be the individual that we had yesterday evening. We are in a similar area, but with there being a cub here or a second one involved, aardwolves, even though they will pair for breeding season, or a male might have multiple females, they won't ever, well, ever is a strong word, but it's unlikely that they'll share a burrow. It's really only mom and the cubs that do that. Okay, well, while we sit here and wait to see if this aardwolf comes out, let's send you over to Eric to see if he has a last minute something.
Wow, yes indeed, we are hoping for some last minute surprises. For the time being, it's quite quiet. Haven't heard much in the way of sightings. I think a lot of the guys have headed to the west this afternoon, which is fine. We've just done a couple of loops of the eastern side of Chitwa. It seems to be quite quiet, very little tracks, very little movement of anything around there. We'll do a little bit of Jackie's. We're on Chitwa now, but we're heading towards Jackie's. We'll be in Jackie's in the next 200 meters or so. But starting to get dark to the point where we can't actually see how far, well, can't see more than 100 meters and be able to identify an animal. And it's only going to get darker from here. In about 5-10 minutes time, we're going to be needing our spotlight. But it's quite nice. It's still, obviously, it's getting lighter and lighter later. Oh, Wesley, like 20 minutes. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. Anything can jump out at us. Give us a bit of a surprise. But now we're going to have to look rather carefully as well, because if something walks off into the bushes, can be potentially difficult to see where it's going. So I've always found off-roading and following animals at night time is quite a tedious job. It's very doable, but when they move quite quickly, sometimes can be quite hard. Or if they're on if you can see that they are on a mission, they're trying to get from point A to point B, I think that's when it becomes really, really difficult. Because now off-roading at night time, you can't see all the logs and all the sticks, all the fallen over trees are until they're right in front of the car. Not to mention all the holes. Oh my goodness, there can be some big holes. Luckily, there aren't very many warthog holes here, or aardvark holes, because then that would make it quite a bit difficult, especially with all this long grass that will cover the entrance of the holes. Some holes are so big they swallow entire Land Cruiser tires, and if you do fall into the hole, especially with the front, you can damage either something to do with your steering, or something to do with your balance, or your suspension in the front, and that is not ideal. Hearing a lot of drongos at the moment. I find it weird that drongos always they always make quite a bit of noise in the evening, so the early evening time. And that doesn't matter where we are, whether you're in the Eastern Cape, whether you're up here, you'll hear the drongos making a bit of noise. I quite like it. Anyway, we're going to send you over to Amy who's, I believe, got a sunset.
Hello everybody, welcome back. Yes, there's nothing really changing here at the Aardwolf Den, so we decided to share the beautiful sunset with you instead, and we're in the same spot, so if anything changes we'll definitely let you know, but let's just enjoy the beautiful sky while we have it. Sarah, I hear you. It does look like a pointing finger of gold on the sort of on the right hand cloud. It almost looks like a hand that's got its index finger extended with the thumb on the lower sort of right side. So yes, it's really quite beautiful. We parked in a position where we could still see the cheetah. Oh wow, that belly is huge! My goodness me, did it swallow the whole blazebuck? And head down. Oh, there we go, brilliant. Perfect timing. That was very cool, everybody. You can see how close we actually are. Yeah, this is a ridiculous setting, everybody. We've got the most magnificent sky. We've got 2 cheetah over there, and we've got at least 2 aardwolves right in front of us in the den. Absolutely ridiculous. Oh, hi. Oh, that's a little one. That's a little one. Oh, hi. Oh, it's very cute. Oh my word, that is so cute. Oh, it winked at you all. Look at that little face. Oh, so sweet.
I'm Ralph, and I'm taking you to Sibuya Game Reserve, which is one of the only game reserves in southern Africa accessed only by boat. We'll stay at the luxury forest camp overlooking the Kariga River with an abundance of bird life and animals grazing on the opposite bank. Luxury tented suites set in a riverine forest offers the perfect place for privacy and comfort, Join me on Sibuya and let's experience it together.
I get to wake up every morning and go out there and look for cats. I get to create my everyday safari for myself. I grew up in the sort of central eastern suburbs of Johannesburg, fully qualified trails guide and a fully qualified nature conservationist. I love the wild places. I love being in the wilderness. It's probably one of the best jobs I've ever had and probably ever could have.
Join our expert guides at dawn for a live, immersive safari as the bush comes to life.
Found ourselves a chameleon, and look how he's changed color.
Every sunrise brings new discoveries.
Pound for pound, a leopard is one of the strongest cats around.
Ask questions, share your thoughts, and connect with nature live and in real time.
Great excitement, great happiness.
Start your day with adventure.
I mean, how incredible, everybody. It has been just a roller coaster of an afternoon watching those cheetah hunt and be successful, and then coming here within the same area, having the little ones in the aardwolf and its cub, at least one here at the den. And I think it will probably follow Mom's lead. So we'll just have to see. We've got a few minutes left to possibly see them come out. But of course, there are no guarantees. Oh, Amazon. I know. Aren't they just the cutest? But these cubs, this cub that we've seen is quite big already. No, they wouldn't eat the frog, Jill. So when it comes to aardwolves, even though they are part of the hyena family, they are strict termite eaters. Hi. So we're just going to take a minute to show you the cheetah. Or not. Hello. He's like, don't you dare show a cheetah instead of my cute face. It's just sitting up there. So we'll see if it decides to come out or not. Alright, let's just show you that it's moving there now. A little bit of territorial marking there by that male cheetah. Yeah, Matt, absolutely. This is the greatest artful den ever, and it's the one that we've seen the most active. We've had so many sightings here of these little ones that's on the move. It doesn't look like there's any more movement. That's Mom there now. The little one's definitely getting more restless. I have a feeling that the cheetah are going to stay in the area for the evening. Yeah, Gianna, honestly, it couldn't have been better. There's nothing that could top it. BK and I are going to talk about this all through dinner. We're going to relive the moment. Oh, hi, Mini-Me. It's definitely, I think, for both of us, at least a sighting of the year, if not ever. Oh, so sweet. Okay, head over to Eric with some lions.
I'm just trying to bypass all this growth on the southern end of Cheetah Airstrip.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves some lions here. No worries. They're taking their time now. One Mafazi was Lala's on the Lentlela. We're just gonna follow them and see where they are going. Been looking for these cats, not the whole day, the whole afternoon, but for some time. And who would have guessed we would have found them within the last 5 minutes of the show? Not even 3, I think it is, or so. I'm not too sure how long it is. Hello. Were you guys chasing in Nzemba this morning? Wildlife lady, absolutely. Fantastic indeed. Fantastic indeed. And what a way to end our Sunday fun day. Very cool. Look at all those back muscles. Well, not the back muscles, the leg muscles. Very nice. But we hope you all enjoyed it, and we hope that you'll stick around. Well, see us tomorrow, Tuesday morning, shall I say, not tomorrow. But enjoy the rest of your Sunday evening.